organizations and institutions, and other delegates to the second day of this national workshop on urban reforms.
Moving on to the first technical session of day 2 of the workshop, I request Sri Shahim S, Principal Scientist, NATPAC, onto the stage and take charge as the moderator of this session for implementation of transit-oriented development.
The speakers are Srimati Uma Adusumilli, Retired Chief Planner, Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, BIS-TOD Expert Committee, Sri Adarsha Kapoor, Principal Urban Designer, Creative Footprints and Advisor to HSVP for TOD and TDR, Srimati Paromita Roy, Director, Delhi Development Authority.
Hello. A very good morning to all. Today we are going to begin the technical session 3 as a part of National Workshop on Urban Reforms. The subject is implementation of transit-oriented development. Total 3 speakers are there. First speaker is Srimati Uma Adusumilli. She is the Chief Planner Retired, Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, BIS-TOD Expert Committee. The next speaker is Sri Adarsha Kapoor, Principal Urban Designer, Creative Footprints and Advisor to SHMB. Then the third speaker is Pramida Roy, Director, Delhi Development Authority. She will be joining online. So first I would like to invite Srimati Uma Adusumilli for her presentation. So all of us know that the TOD is generally defined as a compact mixed development with a special emphasis on the high quality walking environment, and is conducted near to the transit facilities. I invite Uma Adusumilli for her talk regarding the TOD issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to all of you. I have no first-hand experience of having worked on TOD on ground. However, I was involved in many proposals that were being made by World Bank, by my own office, and by the government of Maharashtra, and now by government of India through Bureau of Indian Standards. So I have only the theoretical knowledge about it. So I was trying to put that together, raise some issues that through whatever experience I have had. And if time permits, I would like to show a small experience of having worked on a project of redevelopment of area around one of the suburban railway stations in Mumbai with TOD kind of principles. This was done 13 years ago, but it gives a glimpse as to what are the steps that one needs to follow if you want to do station by station TOD kind of brownfield redevelopment. This was a definition, as the moderator just now mentioned. The area within walking distance from suburban or metro rail stations having a suitably dense, compact, mixed-use developments, and which enables maximum people to live, work, and recreate and access social amenities within this area, within the influence zone of the transit station. That's there are many definitions. This is broadly one of them. And there were a lot of world examples, Japan, Singapore, then we have many European examples. India also began to have a lot of examples now, but each of them have a particular contextual thematic kind of approach to TOD, whereas the government of India came out with a national policy document in 2017-16, and that broadly says that TOD, when one wants to adopt TOD, the steps one needs to follow are fix the alignments of metro lines, then demarcate what is the metro influence area around the stations, and prepare local area plans for this area that is delineated, and prepare local area plan for this area, and also create some kind of institutional mechanism to undertake in a multi-agency kind of situation TOD development. This is broadly the thing, but this was a national broad view. But each of the states have then developed their own kind of TOD policy, and some cities have done and some states have done. So these are just 4 examples: Ahmedabad, Delhi, Bangalore, and Nagpur in my own state. Some of them have notified, N indicates notified and D is draft. The status may have changed post-19 for some of them. For example, in Maharashtra, Pune had a notified TOD regulation, and Nagpur also had, but subsequently government has done away in Maharashtra with individual state level regulations, and it came out with unified development control and promotion regulations for the whole state of Maharashtra, in which they have kept in abeyance the Pune regulations, and they have carried forward only the Nagpur regulation. We will have to wait and see how all other state TODs will be dovetailed in this. So broadly the approaches are very similar. The standard and common thing is high FSI in all of them, 4 to 5. And some of them have very restrictive or prescriptive land use mix, and prescriptive density, and prescriptive income group combination also to come up near the transit stations. And some of them were a bit liberal about them. But what was common was when the document remained policy, all the policy documents were extremely comprehensive. They touched upon all these aspects and minutely calculated as to how the public parking should be organized, how parking norms should be reduced, or individual parking should be totally eliminated, partly eliminated in the core area, allowed to some extent in the further areas, and how influence zone should be core zone, then immediate influence area, longer influence area, that kind of graded thing was done. So extreme detailing was done in the policy documents. But when the things were translated into regulatory framework, there were limitations to how much of that philosophy could be carried into regulations. So a lot of principles were done away with in the regulations. High FSI remained, some kind of parking norms remained, zone of influence was delineated. Beyond this, very few were entering the regulatory scene. So, but still, the regulatory aspects in India under these various cities or states, Delhi, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Karnataka, Orissa, and smaller blocks with this smaller blocks business, what should be the appropriate block size around the TOD, within the TOD is defined only in some regulations. Then street oriented buildings, then urban design guidelines were there. Parking, regarding parking, there were aspects defined. Then influence zone, I think, I'm sorry, the other slide went first. Influence zone was defined. Density and compact development were defined. Mixed use development was in varied forms, it appeared. Then mandatory and inclusive housing, social housing was included. Then, as I said, the other things were there. So these aspects were touched upon, so just to remember that they are common to all of them. In TOD in Maharashtra, there were a lot of several 1 or 2 years of discourses and discussions on how should we regulate the TOD in Maharashtra. So we were party to all those preparatory discussions. So in discussions, these aspects were looked at, and in this particular manner. For example, TOD zone, for suburban trains, it was to be different, and for metro trains, it was different. Suburban trains was a peculiar situation in Mumbai. Then monorail, which operates in Mumbai, was also to be covered. BRTS in some cities exists in Maharashtra. It may happen in future. So they were to be covered. And the preparatory discussions felt that there should be lot of studies undertaken before even TOD is undertaken in any area. And mixed use, in mixed use, compulsorily commercial and residential mix was to be mandated even in residential zones. Then network augmentation was to happen for dispersal and to provide route choices to people. Multimodal integration was a very important element, especially in brownfield areas. In Mumbai, with the metro corridors, 14 metro corridors are under various stages of implementation. And in these corridor areas, a lot of them are in brownfield area within the city of Mumbai. So therefore, if we wait for the stations to be ready and the trains to operate, it may be too late to prepare the multimodal integration things outside the station. To undertake TOD will take even longer, but even as a short-term measure, multimodal integration was far more felt that far more important element to ignore. Therefore, while the railway stations were under construction, metro stations, the multimodal integration projects were awarded and they are almost ready now. Before the corridor was inaugurated, multimodal integration aspects are all completely done around the stations. So that's seen as a very important element. And parking, generally it was discussed that near the station, where the dispersal of public transportation, etc. takes place, there should be absolutely no parking at all. Only non-motorized should be allowed. And in the immediate vicinity, maybe parking norm can be scaled down to 25% of general. If you allowed one car per apartment, here only 1/4 of a car will be, like 4 tenements together would have one car, etc. And then 50% later. So this kind of graded things were suggested. Then built form through urban design guidelines was to be appropriately decided, particularly with not allowing any front boundary wall and using the front margin of each building as public walking space, and also to allow multi-level open spaces in those buildings. And street vendors and pedestrian areas were to be properly addressed in these areas. Then in the institutional mechanism, the special purpose vehicles were recommended only in case there are multiple agencies involved in one corridor area, not otherwise. Otherwise, urban local bodies were totally equipped to deal with these things. Then the higher FSI that was expected to happen in these TODs was to be awarded at a premium, not free. If the base FSI was 1 in Mumbai city, if TOD is going to allow, properties within TOD are going to be allowed 3 or 4 or 3.5, whatever FSI, this extra FSI was to be allowed on payment of premium. So that kind of money that was collected through a TOD development was to be ring-fenced in a fund, which will dedicatedly be then invested in improvement of transport infrastructure. All these were thoughts before it became a regulation. But TOD in Maharashtra now under Unified Development Control and Promotion Regulations that were sanctioned in 2020, these are the simple aspects that came into the regulatory thing finally. Metro influence zone is said as 500 meters, just like that. And FSI based on the road width and the plot size is ranging between 2 and 4, because so far it's defined only for Nagpur. For the rest of the state, it is yet to be defined. So it will be the additional FSI will be on payment of premium, and there is a minimum density norm. 200 tenements per hectare should be the minimum density, so that very palatial kind of things don't happen in that area. However, if somebody is unable to achieve or is not very willing to achieve this kind of density, then they can pay some more premium and get away with it. This is a very dangerous clause. 200 is not a very high density in any case. So even to scale down the 200 on payment of premium is not a very desirable aspect. TDR, TODs are declared as non-TDR receiving zones. So they can only pay premium and obtain that additional FSI, but not by buying TDR in the market. So the payment has to go upfront to the government by way of premium. Integrated mobility plans and local area plans are to be prepared in advance by the public authorities. This is something very good that got into the regulation. And this integrate local area plan is supposed to take into consideration the traffic, the environment, the infrastructure and the amenities, all these impact on all of these. On account of this TOD development is supposed to be studied, and impact assessment document is supposed to be submitted. After examining that, then based on those things, local area plans will be prepared. Then in case if the integration, in case the assessment shows that there will be some risks involved in this or some undesirable things happening on account of TOD, then mitigation measures are to be suggested, and the implementation plan and action plan for addressing the mitigation measures is also to be in place and clearly spelled out before TOD actually happens on ground. Then Maharashtra has this regular feature that whenever you define a zone by delineating by a particular meterage around any activity, then there are some people whose land parcels partly fall within that zone and partly outside. This is always in advance built into the regulatory system. So here also it says that if 50%, more than 50% of anyone's land parcel falls within the TOD zone, then on their entire parcel TOD will be allowed. The regulations of TOD will be allowed. But if somebody's land falls within the TOD zone to the extent of less than 50%, then only on the parcel that falls within the regulation will be allowed. The provisions will be allowed. The FSI provision will be allowed. But the safeguards that go with TOD will be applicable to the entire parcel of land. So that was something interesting that happened. Then mixed use is recommended here. Residential cum commercial should happen in residential zone. Exclusive residential will not be permitted. On the right I gave two small tables. One is telling us given the plot size and the road width, what is the FSI permitted. The maximum is 4, but if somebody's plot is less than 1000 square meters but on a reasonably wide road, then they can go up to 2 FSI. But if plot sizes are big, but still the road is less than 9 meters, then no additional FSI is allowed. Only base FSI will be considered. Then this is the scenario in Mumbai metropolitan region, and on the right side Mumbai. If we draw circles of 500 meters around all the metro stations, all the monorail stations, all the suburban railway stations, this is what happens. If this considered 1000 meters around the suburban railway stations, in the non-municipal areas. So this is the scenario. One can see that a lot of Mumbai city will be covered under this. Substantial area will be covered, and it will be extremely dense. And as we have seen in the past with all kinds of incentive commercial potential that is offered in terms of various projects, we have seen that the more commercial you offer, the more self-killing it is. There is only so much commercial that is in demand in relation to the non-commercial activities in any given city. Just because we allow through some DC regulation more commercial potential, it doesn't sell in the market. It is like TDR. If more TDR comes into the market, it will be self-defeating. Similarly, so much more commercial in the market, and every station attracting TDR with 4 FSI up to an extent of 500 meters is going to not work. So that's something which is very visible even from the map itself. And here, Mumbai has 149 suburban stations, Mumbai metropolitan region, and 12 monorail stations, 4 high-speed rail bullet train stations, and 297 metro stations. And if this is the scenario, out of that, it's given how much is in Mumbai area, how much in other urban local bodies, and how much in rural areas. So if all of this happens, you see the amount of built-up area that will be created in terms of hectareage. It's something like 13,000 hectare. That's 1, 2, something like 5 square kilometer. Presentation. Okay. So it's enormous amount of built-up area that is going to be available, which probably is not in demand in the city at all. So as I said before, the legislation was drafted in, the regulation was drafted in Maharashtra. A lot of discussions took place. That was the time the new regional plan for Mumbai was drafted and submitted to the government for approval, along with its own development control regulations, and that development control regulation of the regional plan, which is applicable to only purely rural areas. In Mumbai metropolitan region, that DCR is not applicable to cities, and that DCR envisaged that there will be metro stations and suburban, there are already suburban stations in rural areas also. So around each of them, unless some safeguards are envisaged today, as and when high density development start, opportunities will be lost. Therefore, certain basic features were written, not exactly like TOD, but the basic features were that there shall be a 500 meters radius area earmarked as a station area development scheme, SADS, and within that area, relatively better FSI, one FSI will be allowed, otherwise 0.2 was allowed here. So if one FSI is to be allowed in these areas, and that one FSI will be allowed only when the implementation work on these stations starts and operationalization happens. And in the meanwhile, out of the 500, first 100 meters will be left alone totally for station operations and dispersal of traffic. No constructions will be permitted. In the remaining area, if any existing village roads are passing today, 3 meter road, 4 meter road, 6 meter road, 10 meter road, whatever is passing, every current road will be treated as a ultimately 24 meter right of way. So if somebody wants to construct today, up to those 24 meters, they can't construct. From center line, they have to leave 12 meters. So these kind of basic parameters were kept in place. These were suggested to the government as part of the regulations, but government did not sanction these regulations because government by then decided to sanction state level unified regulations, including development plans for cities and regional plans for the regions. So that did not take on board any of these suggestions. So those will be brought in under the TOD single regulations for the state. So this is my last but one slide. So given my limited intervention in actual implementation of TOD schemes, the issues that kept arising through all these discussions and participation are there are lots of variations across the states and across the cities, depending on the size of the cities, depending on the mode of transport, whether it is metro, mono, BRTS or suburban trains. And different planning legislation exists in various states and various cities also. And there are brownfield developments and there are greenfield developments of TOD. Based on all of these, the variation is very desirable in TODs, and uniform thing across the country like a national guideline is not going to serve the purpose. And secondly, whether TOD should be applied to all stations. So the criteria based on which the degree of TOD can be decided are, broadly, the nodal points, whether they are meeting points, whether they are focal points or meeting points of transport corridors. If the railway station is going to cut across a major road corridor, another rail corridor, or any other mass transit corridor, then it becomes an important node, and it will attract first stage of TOD in an important manner. And distance between stations, if the stations are going to be just 1 kilometer apart, in most cities, metro stations are going to be 1 kilometer apart. So if we draw 500 meters, the next 500 meters comes and meets there. So the whole corridor is now TOD, and if they are so closely related to each other, some of the activities may not really take off. If I am suggesting something very important at this station, 1 kilometer away, again you suggest the same important thing, it might not work in the market. So the distance also matters. If the stations are 4 or 5 kilometers apart somewhere, then these things make more sense. Then the predominance, for example, in Mumbai, Bandra station is very important. Andheri is important, Borivali is important. All the in-between stations are not that important. So there is a pre-existing condition of the importance of that station. That also creates a situation for introducing full-scale TOD. Then the governments or local or state level governments at times want to promote certain greenfield developments or certain new activities even in brownfield. Because they want to push or encourage certain high density developments. If it is there in the vision of the government, then that can also acquire some prominence. So based on these things, certain stations can be decided as ripe cases for full scale TOD development, but all the other intermittent stations then should have basic principles like what we suggested before this. some kind of base principles. So as and when the time allows them to blow into full-time, full-scale TOD, then they can transform into those. The basic principles in case of intermittent stations need to be decided. And then certainty of the proposed transit lines. A lot of times, lot of cities have vision, or states have vision, that Mumbai has started working on 15 corridors, and 4 or 5 of them at serious stage of implementation. Some of them are still on the drawing table, some are just approved and sitting because there are no funds. Times may change, people may stop going to the offices, let's say 10 years from now, very few people might go. There may be a lot of rethinking. So the certainty of all corridors happening is not there as on today. So this is the question we are unable to address. At what stage of certainty should TOD be introduced as a concept? If we wait for the full line to happen, maybe it will be too late. By then market on its own will start developing things around the stations. So there has to be some kind of balance between deciding on when it is seen as a certain project and when TOD should be introduced. Then in brownfield areas, it's not enough to just write regulation. There has to be a redevelopment plan of some kind that should be conceived actively by the public authorities, planning authorities involved. There has to be not only the vision for TOD, which will bring in a lot of new development, but there has to be a clarity about what is the current scenario on ground, who are the people living there or operating from that area, what are their current deficient services in that area, and how do we make good and enhance quality of life of the existing population and activities in that area, and bringing the new activities, and then together what areas need to be preserved in that area, what areas need to be, can be knocked off. So there has to be a redevelopment integrated area plan envisioned before TOD is introduced in brownfield. And currently, as we have seen in the previous slide, there are certain specifications, FSI, circulation pattern, parking, land use mix, density, built form, social housing, etc. These are all common elements that are coming in as specifications in some form or the other in all the TOD regulations. Coming back to the concept level, TOD is not necessarily a high FSI zone that needs to be created. This is not the principle of TOD. This is not the fundamental principle of TOD. This is an attendant thing that is happening because we are expecting compact high density developments. But high FSI is not the base principle of TOD. And TOD policies are well drafted, as I said, but when they are translated into regulation, lot of policy elements get lost. If the policies have to be really implemented with or without them getting into regulations, the good aspects of the policies, I think it will be very important that in each city at least one TOD station is demonstrated in full scale by the public authorities with full force behind it, government force, and then show the way for the market also to take a clue from that for other TODs. If we see the definition, in the definition there is to make living and working and recreation etc., accessing amenities possible by using non-motorized modes of transport is one of the principles of TOD. So this using non-motorized means is not achieved because we dilute certain regulations, then I think the whole purpose of TOD is lost. So when we argue in Maharashtra that we need to have some social housing element built into it, either there should be if there is non-residential activity being proposed, it should be a crowd pulling activity. A lot of crowd should be attracted to that activity so that the crowd is encouraged to come, use the transit to come to these activities. Or if there is a lot of residential being proposed here, the residents of the residential land use should be ideally the kind of people who will use public transport. There's no point, history has shown us in India that every time very high FSI is proposed, proactively, I am not talking about slum redevelopments, but generally when FSI is increased, generally high income tends to come there. It's not that very low income areas have on the very positive side very high FSIs. So if we are encouraging high FSI without attendant restrictive regulations, some regulations at least, then if parking norms are normal standards cars are allowed, 4 cars are allowed per house, let's say, then people will happily live near the station because land values tend to be higher. Property investment is worth it. So people will buy those properties, even richer people will buy, and they will use their cars happily, as if there is no station next door. I think that will defeat the whole purpose. So some amount of prescriptive regulations have to be there in this. So that's thank you. But if subsequently, maybe after the other presenters present, if there is 5 minutes time, I would like to show, not explain, but just show a few slides on Andheri station, railway station redevelopment plan on TOD principles that we worked out in 2009. It didn't materialize, but it shows the amount of work involved in arriving at a solution and arriving at a FSI, which is actually which can be determined for each given station. So that exercise is available. If time permits, I will come back, or if anyone is interested, I can show it now. Maybe I have, yeah, subsequently. Yeah, should complete, because I am not going to speak. This one only. Yeah. Just this? No? I'm not going to go into details. This is an old presentation I kept. So the government of Maharashtra, through an institution called Mumbai Transformation Support Unit, wanted to undertake station area redevelopments and requested MMRDA, the planners, to work out some pilot project. So one of the things that was laid as upfront condition to the government when I and my team worked on this was that they will not tell us which station to work on, and they will not tell us what FSI to use. That should be left to us and a study to determine which station is ideal and which FSI is appropriate. So that's how the several stations were studied on western line of suburban track, and certain criteria was applied. Each station was observed, and there are a lot of criteria applied here. Parameters were applied, like availability of vacant land, potential area for redevelopment, traffic network complexity, and what is the proposed network, and how close is it to a terminus, then etc. Certain criteria was taken, and weighted index was prepared, and stations were shortlisted on that basis. So Andheri station qualified under that criteria to be ideal for this study. And this is the road pattern that was studied in that area. This is Andheri west and east. What is on our right is east, and the Western Express Highway is on our right side, a major interstate highway. And these were the blocks, historical development, the stages of development, which were the villages originally, and then how railway related development happened, all of that was noted. Then topography and drainage were noted, contours, existing land use. But this is all primary study, this is not from any document. A team of people have done this. And then existing land use was analyzed, and east and west sites were compared. Generally, it is known that in Mumbai, everything on the east is slightly low capacity, low valued. Everything on the west is high valued because west is closer to the sea. This is the built fabric. Real estate values were found out from the market. They were mapped. Permissible, what is the current regulatory system that permits what activities and what FSI. Then building heights were measured for each building. Then slums were located. All these grey shades are slums. All social amenities that are existing on ground are listed. Statutory constraints because of the proximity to airport were drafted. These constraints have height restriction particularly. On the traffic pattern, today, where does the traffic come from by road and by rail? From which direction and where is it going? All of that was, the buses were followed actually, and then studied. And the best bus, the local bus, that traffic was calculated. And then potential parcels for redevelopment were identified. The first one was government properties in this whole area. This was all done within 500 meters from the station radius. So the government properties, education institutions, health institutions, all of them were marked. Then buildings which are old, they might be tempted to undergo redevelopment, so they were identified and slums were marked. These may also agree to undergo redevelopment. Then opportunities and constraints were drafted. Opportunities were older buildings, government lands, existing slums, and low-rise buildings were opportunities. They have not used full potential, therefore they may not mind redevelopment. So constraints were seen as presence of no development zone as per the master plan, the air funnel of the airport. Then there are some slum redevelopment schemes already happening on ground with a lot of FSI. They may not join any new scheme. There are some heritage buildings and areas, precincts. Then there is some redevelopment of non-slum nature, but that was already happening, so they may not join. Then tall buildings already consumed full potential, they may not come. So when we overlaid constraints and potentials, these areas look like, these pockets look like they are ripe. Then what could be the elements of redevelopment that were identified? Then these isolated pockets which were ripe are conceived as demarcated as a boundary near the station. And then socio-economic profile of the population of this area is obtained from another survey that was done for a transport study. Their education levels, then residential types, all of them were also from secondary data, they were correlated. Travel pattern was also there in the transport study, that was taken. Ground coverage was studied. Consumed FSI was calculated based on this block by block. Then existing land use again was recalculated within this identified block. Then the concept was developed. How do we reorganize, how do we reblock for redevelopment and reorganize spaces within this? How much can be earmarked close to the station as core area and how much can be away from it? So this blue was proposed as core area, which was proposed to be undertaken for redevelopment by the planning authority directly, and the yellow could be blocked and left to the market to redevelop with certain incentives. So the FSI, proposed average FSI that was found financially appropriate and from regulatory point of view also, because of the restrictions, appropriate was 2.25. That was just giving a break-even price. But here all the existing deficiencies, we calculated the existing population and how many amenities and physical features that they require and how many are in shortage and how do we make good those shortages was first calculated. And then the new population and their requirements were calculated, and based on the new suggested land use. Then traffic management for auto rickshaws, for buses, for pedestrians, that pattern was made. Skywalks and entries for metro also crosses the metro. The first metro line of Mumbai, which is in operation for many years now, crosses the suburban railway network at this station, Andheri station. That's another feature why it was chosen. Then plots were planned to be amalgamated to make appropriate blocks for redevelopment. Then all the costs were calculated. The elements of costs were railway station area redevelopment by the planning authority, redevelopment of the rest of the scheme area, which included demolition, transit accommodation, redevelopment, interest costs, then revenues were calculated, and then it was kind of breaking even at that time. So ULBs, where will the ULB's intervention required, those elements and the cost of that. ULB needs to come forward and build the amenities. Land will come from this, but then they will have to build the amenities, and all of that was calculated, and it was seen that it breaks even, and what regulatory changes will be required to make this happen were calculated, and other policy measures that were by convincing people or by convincing the government, these measures were to be taken. So that's the conclusion was that each station is unique and we need to calculate the TOD based on that, and a separate study is required for that, and there are statutory constraints to a uniform kind of regulatory system, and there also needs to be a definite development strategy for each of these stations. So that was the conclusion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your informative talk regarding the transit-oriented development. So next presentation is Sri Adarsha Kapoor, Principal Urban Designer. He is talking about the implementation issues of the TOD. Actually, all of the TOD in India are actually notified, but not yet implemented. These issues, sir will be explaining to us. Over to Adarsha Kapoor, sir.
It's not visible. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. You've made my job easier and simpler. And I'll stick to some suggestions and recommendations. The first thing is we've been talking about TOD, TDR, land pooling, and a lot of these mechanisms as a bucket of things since yesterday. So I thought let's start with understanding them independently. It'll be easier for us to position the discussions that we've been having. So there are 5 aspects that I could identify when we talk about the urban reforms that the ministry is speaking about. The first is related to area planning. Most of you understand master plans, development plans, and now we are also talking about local area planning, which is contextual, localized, identifies issues which are localized. Once the plans are ready, then we move towards implementation, and you all have been listening about land pooling, TDR, TP scheme as mechanisms for implementation of some of these master plans. We then come to value creation, where we talk about TOD, multimodal integration, placemaking, form-based codes, how to create value and a character in an area, whether it's transit friendly, whether it's responsive to heritage, whether it's contextual or whatever. Once that character is available, then we move towards value realization, which is how do we generate the revenues, whether it's through stamp duties, whether it's through other monetary mechanisms, and eventually how all of this regulates development in our cities through building bylaws, development control regulations, and other mechanisms. What we have been doing as professionals conveniently is been merging them together. I thought that it's important that we take them out. So TOD is, I personally feel TOD is value creation, like ma'am explained. What are these various aspects of TOD, transit-oriented development, that needs to be integrated in planning and development? Then subsequently comes how do we generate the revenues and collect the revenues. TOD itself is not a means only to collect revenues. It's about creation of a certain value and character of an area. I'll not get into this. This ma'am has already explained. So if we then break down TOD into what are those specific aspects? So we are talking about compact cities. We are talking about density. This graphic is available on ITDP website, so you can see that. And you can see people are talking about 6 parameters of TOD, 8 parameters, 12 parameters. All of them talk about the same things. In some cases, they break it further. So compact cities, dense cities, transit-friendly cities, areas which are well connected, better transport and street network, mix of land uses, cycling and walking infrastructure, and then how do we encourage people to shift from using private vehicles to public transport, walking and cycling. In this context, if we look at our settlements in Kerala, this is the general character, and then the character may keep varying. Somewhere you might have lesser density, somewhere you might have narrower road widths, but we are talking about areas which have active frontages. We have areas which are already mixed in use. Some areas have footpaths, some areas don't have footpaths, some areas have wider street, some areas have narrow streets. So what's important here to understand is where do we stand with respect to TOD. So if very simply, if we try to analyze the earlier image, so the image showed that it's part of a compact settlement. The densities are probably there. There can be a discussion whether we want to increase the density, keep it at the same, or reduce it based on infrastructure requirements. Mix of users is already there. So these 3 parameters of TOD we could identify. The other 3, which is in orange, transit, connect, and shift. So the transit, public transit is already there. We may improve it further. Street network is there. There might be some additional streets that we might have to add. Shift, the character of the area already discourages people from using private vehicles. It encourages people to walk and use public transport. We can further find out ways of encouraging people to move to public transport. The other 2, probably walking and cycling infrastructure, needs to be put in place. What I'm trying to come to over here is there is no set rule for every city that we have to work towards for FSI, or we have to work towards parking management or multimodal integration. I think every city or settlement requires its own set of tools and approaches, and we have to very clearly understand what is there in the city and what all do we need to bring in. The discussion on FSI can happen a bit later once we've understood the strengths and weaknesses of the city. Ministry also has a guidebook on value capture, which is generation of revenue and collection of revenue. So in the value capture mechanism, Ministry talks about tools like land value tax, fees from changing land uses, betterment levy, and every city will have its own set of tools for collection of revenue. The idea is how do we enhance the revenue and put it back in creation of infrastructure. And in fact, some cities may have some new tools which are not captured in the guidebook. So we should not let go of any of the tools and stick to only one particular tool. We should explore all possible tools available through which we can optimize collection, optimize and maximize collection of revenues, and put it back into the infrastructure improvement. TOD is there in most of the cities. I don't think TOD is not there. It's some parts of the city which encourage use of public transport, some parts of the city don't encourage use of public transport. What we need to understand is how do we make sure that larger parts of the city encourage use of public transport. So in some parts, Mumbai largely is dependent, Bangalore is dependent on public transport. There are areas which are very walkable, cyclable, so it's already there. Mumbai large parts are dependent on public transport. Suburban rail system and the other new networks of railways also enhancing the use of public transport. Walking, cycling, Navi Mumbai has wide footpaths. So it's not that it's not there. We need to figure out what do we need to put in place, which is missing. Definitely there are some things that we don't want. We don't want large island developments, which then becomes an island and don't let public use of infrastructure and common facilities. So this is the kind of development we definitely don't encourage. The rest is for the city to decide. These are the kind of development which discourage people to use public transport. So this is not friendly to TOD. And then once we've done this kind of a development, we start to figure out how do we encourage people to use public transport. So that becomes a chicken and an egg situation, and we get into this whole trap of how do we fix it now. The approaches are simple. Ma'am actually explained it in detail for Andheri, so I'm not getting into it. But essentially all TOD exercise starts from a very robust planning exercise where we are looking into the master plans, development plans, local area plans, and we have enough tools available. In fact, ma'am showed a lot of these graphics where it talks about built form, land uses and all of those. And with GIS with us, we can do a lot of these kind of analysis. Yesterday we saw the presentation on the TP scheme. So if we have this data available with us, it's very easy to analyze all this information and very quickly come to some findings and recommendations based on TOD. So now it's actually not very difficult. It's just that we have to rationalize how do we put this data together and analyze and figure out. And there are various ways in which we can do it. So enhance the quality of street network, enhance the quality of greens, how do we make sure that urban blocks are formed? And then we can go down to the level of understanding that each plot can give you different kinds of product mixes. Market behaves very differently. In fact, yesterday, last presentation, sir highlighted very aptly that it's very difficult to assess the market, and we cannot constantly keep fighting with the market. We cannot control it even. So what we have to do is we have to control whatever is required, essential for safety and sustenance, and the rest leave it for the market to decide, unless it's affecting safety and existence. This is kind of representation. So when we talk about TOD, the challenges right now that most cities are facing is TOD requires integrated urban planning and design. We cannot just have a policy directive and forget that planning cannot be done. So we have to look back at our master plans, development plans and local area plans and make them convenient and apt for TOD. The development control norms and building bylaws definitely need to be relooked because a lot of parameters of TOD with regards to active frontage and other parameters need to go into the development norms and building bylaws. Revenue collection through land value capture needs to be put into place so that we can collect the revenues, put it back into improvement of the infrastructure. Flexibility of use, this is a new, our planning systems were mostly geared towards understanding the densities and land use and accordingly plan for infrastructure. But presently our market dynamics are very volatile, and the volatility in the market also affects the kind of revenues that the agencies are able to generate. In a lot of cases what happens is the agencies commit to a certain land use or a certain character, and once the market changes, the agencies themselves are in losses. So we have to find out ways that if public investment has been done and if market changes, some amount of revenue still come into the agency. The FAR regulations definitely is not the only solution. FAR can be discussed. FAR is a means to understand densities, understand volumes and development quantums, but FAR is not the only tool for TOD. That is a very big learning for me as well, which we've understood from other cities. Beyond this, what Smart Cities NIUA had done is, they had analyzed these 20 smart cities to understand what are those TOD principles already existent or not existent in the cities. And interestingly, most of these cities, they're facing problem in housing densities, housing diversity, interconnected street network, mixed land use, and street-oriented building. The rest, mostly they've been able to achieve. So these 4 parameters, which essentially talk about the regulations and building bylaws, are what the cities are facing trouble with. Ministry went ahead and also recommended form-based codes, which essentially looks into how a certain character or a quality of development can be achieved. And there's a toolkit on it. It focuses on emphasizing regulation and building bylaw changes, which encourage use of, which encourage certain kinds of pre-decided character of the area. If you understand form-based codes from this graphic, so this is how we work right now. So we have the ground coverages, we have the FARs, and based on that, we have a certain volume which is achieved in a certain plot. The second one is where we only look into the interface and we define what is the design character of the interface, and that can be integrated into the bylaws and development control norms. And the last one is which also gets inside the urban blocks and starts regulating the urban blocks also. So based on the requirements of the city, we can figure out which one suits better. The first one is business as usual. It's the convention that we are following right now. The second one brings certain design character of the settlement in the forefront. Something like this has also been adopted by railways. So railways prepared the manuals for station redevelopment, which now institutionalizes form-based codes. We're talking about 3 layers of planning. The first one is a larger regulating plan, which gives the genesis to all these regulations that we are talking about. And once these regulations are available, then each regulation can then affect the plot development and the interface of the plot. Then we go into the architectural design of the building. That's how generally building development or urban development happens. And architectural design essentially is dependent on the National Building Code, so we don't necessarily have to get into it. But definitely the first 2 parameters were regulating plans and the regulations for plots. This is the system that was adopted by railways. They introduced something called the property development card, where each plot had its own set of regulations. It was easier to convince the developer and explain the developer that what is the quality of development that they are talking about. In this is an image of Mumbai. And if you look at Mumbai, you'll realize that Mumbai has quite a diverse character of the city. There are areas which are low density, areas which are high density, areas which are heritage, and most of our cities have this kind of a diversity. If we are talking about a city which has these kind of diverse characters, we can't have a unique set of norms for all these areas. Which means if we have to achieve this in current scenario, each area might have different sets of regulations. And that's what we need to understand with regards to form-based code. So some areas might have regulations for high-rise development, some areas might have regulations for low-rise developments. So those kind of area-based or character-based regulations are now most important. Like I said, regulating plans can give the basis for the codes. Cities like Mumbai, there are examples of how Mumbai has these kind of regulating plans. Sabarmati in Ahmedabad, they have regulating plans. Gift City, Amravati, then you have Chandigarh, you have other cities which have these kind of systems. And the regulating plans then give basis to further DCR and other regulations. I'm showing an example of Singapore, how they use technology to show regulating plans. And this is based on GIS database that most of the cities already have in India. So in the same map, and it's available online. If you go to the website, you can see it. It's actually very interesting. So you have the whole grain and the base map. You can very clearly just switch on a layer and see the green network. This is all part of their master plan, which explains the developer or any person interested in a site that what are these larger characters which affect their site development. Street network, and in fact, if you look at the street network, they have actually demarcated footpaths and passages through private development. So there are areas where these orange lines pass through subplots and private developments. Conservation zones, and the website very simply explains what are these special requirements for each kind of character zones. It becomes very easy to regulate development and even promote development. Building heights. So I think the first task for us is to figure out how do we make sure that our planning is faster based on the data that is available with us, and how do we make sure that any minor changes or market variations can be very quickly tested on plans. So if we have these kind of GIS database, we make it available and use it, then it's easier to do these kind of exercises. The second thing which with regards to form-based codes is now emerging in the current context is that we are talking a lot about streets, public spaces, character of streets, character of public spaces, active frontages, mix of uses, which essentially means we are talking about the interface of public and private plots. This is something which was missed in the earlier sets of building bylaws, where we were largely controlling the volumes. So we have to achieve this much of built up of area, and that's it. But when we are talking about the character of street and the character of public spaces, we are talking about that interface. So we need to figure out how do we bring in the regulations for these interfaces in our building bylaws and development norms. This is a mechanism that was adopted by railways. What railways did is, for each subplot, they gave out a blanket setback. In most of the cases, it was called the building line. So developers had to build up to the line. They gave the mandatory requirements for the interface. So where are the colonnades, where are the active frontages, and the developer could play within the overall volume. Then the railways would not get into the minor nitty-gritties, and each plan would then be approved based on the architectural design as per National Building Code. They also gave the developer some flexibility of constructing over the road right-of-ways, public right-of-ways, and under the public right-of-ways. That was essentially to ensure that if there are developers which buy 2 or 3 sets of land parcels and they want to connect each of them for users and other facilities, they could do that. So this is something that railways introduced. This is a mechanism that railways brought in, and something similar is already there in Chandigarh and Haryana, where they have architectural control sheets and standards for SCOs and other commercial buildings and other facilities. So they have set regulations, design regulations for certain types of buildings and assets. So what railways did was, railways made sure that every plot would have its own sets of design regulations. The quantums are established by the volume and the built up area, and then the design regulations are then regulated by these property development cards. It became very easier for them to explain it to the developers. They've also implemented some of these. So Gandhinagar is already implemented based on these tools. Habibganj is already implemented. These are the kind of diagrams that they started coming out with. So this is a layout regulating plan. This is a slightly smaller area, where essentially if you look at the whole character, they are largely focusing on the quantums and they're not getting into the nitty-gritties, and then talking about the design regulations for each subplot. So each subplot would have certain design regulations which would be stipulated, and the developers could quickly get into that definition. This is how all of it sums up for the railways. So they start with these regulating plans, which are essentially your local area plans, development plans, master plans. So they start with this. They start with locating streets, establishing the built volumes based on the building bylaws and master plans, come down to plot definitions. This whole thing gives rise to a kind of a character and urban design for the area. Based on that urban design of the area, they pick up each plot and define the kind of design regulations required for each plot. So I'll sum it up here. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, sir, for your valuable information regarding the implementation of transit-oriented development through form-based course. The next presentation is with Pramida Roy, Director, Delhi Development Authority. She will be joining online.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. So the previous two speakers have actually covered TOD and all the projects and the principles so well. So I think I'll not really get into the project details. I just want to, leave everyone with some food for thought on issues to think about. Because, the main thing is that eventually planning is a tool to achieve what we want for our state, what we want for our country, what we want for our city. So
Recording in progress.
yeah, so we need to first understand that what does Kerala need, for example. So with that, I'll just show this very basic presentation, which is basically on what do we want from our cities before we get into how TOD and other things, come in. Now, as what we have discussed today, TOD is just a paradigm of planning. It is a way of planning. It is a way of sustainable planning. And it is a way of achieving our goals. So quickly, I always like to start my presentations with a vision that what we are trying to do. So is my screen visible?
Yes, yes. You're visible.
Yeah, because this is after all an Amrut agenda, and Amrut is about regeneration of cities and reinventing and understanding what we are trying to achieve for ourselves. So I'll just minimize this. So this is a little India-centric presentation. It is not very Kerala specific, but maybe you could take away some food for thoughts from this presentation. So I think first thing is that, what is the common man looking for? At the end of everything that we are doing, eventually it's this person on the cycle with his 2 children and his wife who have to have a better quality of life. So that's something we have to remember. Number 2, do we have enough choices? Do our cities and states give us enough choices for us to choose what kind of lifestyle we want? Where, if we want to live close to where we work, do we have housing options there? If I want to live close to where my child is going to school, do I have enough housing and entertainment and market options there? So giving multiple choices of lifestyles to people is another very important thing that really impacts the common man. Number 3 is civic pride. We do these really big projects, and it's like the headlines that you read in newspapers, some flyover getting inaugurated, some statue getting inaugurated. All these are very good, very important for national pride. But what about civic pride? What does civic pride mean? Civic pride is the person who's coming out of his house, going to work every day, coming back home. Is that person also feeling proud of living in his city? That's what we need to remember. And number 4 is safety. Is the girl on the street in our public spaces at 3 o'clock in the night safe? So, this is something that our take is. You can think about what you feel is important for your cities, your states. So now just some figures. What are we dealing with? What are the numbers and the problem we are dealing with? So by 2050, as I think we all know, that most of India's population is going to live in urban areas. So even Kerala is going to urbanize. Every state is going to urbanize. More than 50 to 60% people are going to be living in cities. Now, what does that mean? If we don't plan based on the dense development model, most probably the beautiful, the wetlands and greens of Kerala are just going to get consumed by sprawled development. Is that something we want? just something to think about. This is the kind of development, because we are not doing transit oriented development as a basic, planning paradigm throughout the country. So this is what is happening throughout the country. If you just fly over any city before you are landing, you will see scattered urbanization happening in almost every major urban region. This is the kind of development. Is this something that we want our states and cities to become? Our suburban areas, peri-urban areas look like this because they're unplanned. Nothing is being done. We are doing a metro line, we are doing a railway station, but there is nothing that is planned around it. So I had gone to this station called Varkala in Kerala, I think a couple of years back, because we were doing a railway station visioning over there. There's a Varkala beach. It's a very beautiful, cute town. But when you land up at the station, you can't even make out that you are at the station, and the development around it is just random. And it's such an important, station on that coastal line of Kerala, which is connecting you from Trivandrum to Kochi. And nothing interesting is happening. And that is your main tourism line. So what kind of development are we looking at along this infrastructure? Now, housing. This is again India data. We've taken it from consumer pyramids. This is broad Indian affordability data. So it appears from the data that, when we talk about housing, every time people will say, "Arey, we are doing EWS, we are doing PMAY." EWS and PMAY is covering only the 5% BPL that you see in blue color here, if you can see my mouse. The normal housing market, which is, your housing, your residential projects that come up, covers around 18 to 20% of the population. So what is happening to the 75% of the population? How are they fending for themselves? Because we are completely ignorant of the needs of the middle class, and we are being ignorant, we are ignoring them. So what happens? They are then living in various kind of unplanned developments. They are finding their way out because obviously people have to live and earn and live in cities. So just these are some number crunching we did for a metro, like it's Delhi, but the same number crunching can be done for all states based on your own data. So what we find is that 55% of this red piece that you see, people who are earning around 10,000 to 30,000 per month, they are able to afford, if you see the left side of the chart, in East Delhi, they can only buy one room or 1 BHK, rent 1 BHK. They can only buy one room apartment, which is not available, and they can rent 1 BHK, which is also not available, because we have only given EWS in terms of one room. We have not given any studio apartments. We have not done any small tenement housing. We don't give. So basically this person does not have a place to live. In a place like Dwarka, which is a little far away from Central City, he can afford a rent 1 BHK. In North Delhi and South Delhi, which are the upscale areas, he cannot afford anything. Then you come to the 22% dark green. This person can afford maybe to rent a 2 to 3 BHK. He can buy a 1 BHK, again, which is 1 BHK in our definition means EWS. Now, he's not an EWS person. He's probably an interior designer or a carpenter, or, he's not somebody who wants to live in a slum. He's probably a professional in a way. He doesn't have any place to, he doesn't have any place to stay. In South Delhi, North Delhi, which are more expensive, he can only afford a dorm. So obviously, dorm also we are not giving. The whole typology of giving shared housing has gone away. The Britishers used to give that so well, but we have stopped giving it. So what do these people do? They are going and living in unauthorized, unplanned slum developments. So these are the things that we need to understand. We need to crunch our numbers when we are doing something like TOD or doing a state level vision plan. I would request that please crunch your numbers. Look at the data. What is your income generation? How much is agro based? How much is city based? What are the requirements of your population? And how will that population be accommodated? So we did so it's unaffordable. For example, NCR is unaffordable for 60% of the population of NCR. We don't have housing for 60% of our population. So now what could be one possible solution? So we just did a quick number crunching. There is a national high-speed rail, NHRCL, RRTS, it's a rapid rail transit system that is being built in NCR right now, which is going to connect Delhi to Meerut and Rewari and Panipat in like half an hour. Right now, this takes about, 1.5 hours, 2 hours. And the same distance is now going to be covered in 27 minutes, half an hour, which means it's like even better than metro. It's high-speed rail. Kerala, I believe, is also considering high-speed rail on its western periphery coast. So I think this is a little relevant for Kerala also. So we did a quick number crunching. So if you see this circle, this is the size of Dwarka subsidy. That's kind of a subsidy that DDA had built around 20 years back, which is still under development. So that's around a 6-kilometer diameter. We could even consider a 2-kilometer radius, which is a 4-kilometer diameter, which is enough to house a small, nice subsidy. If you take this kind of a small subsidy kind of a thing, and we just said that if 5% of the land, only 5% of the land area of these stations, of these circles is developed, we will be able to meet the housing deficit of National Capital Region. And of course, UP will need housing. So maybe you need to develop 5% more land. And so we don't need to, invest hugely. We need to only strategically figure out, okay, out of these stations, let's do these as housing colonies. Maybe these can be more industry based with housing nearby. Think of this as a whole system. The whole region works as a system. But there is currently no thought in this direction happening. So Kerala also needs to think about this issue that, if you want to preserve your wetlands and your backwaters and your greens and the beauty that the state has without, having it killed by unplanned urbanization, then looking at the regional, the regional system is very important. This is how China solved its urbanization problem, because Shanghai, Beijing, these cities were facing the same issue. People were just it was urbanizing, people were indiscriminately just moving from villages to Shanghai and Beijing. So they built high-speed rail connecting Shanghai and Beijing to each other and connected these mega cities to smaller towns around it, like Hangzhou, Suzhou, Chongqing. All these areas got connected to the main cities. So now you didn't need to immigrate to the big city. You could live in your small town. You could travel. So maybe, the wife is traveling half an hour from Meerut to Delhi. And in the evening, she is taking the same train back, going back to Meerut. And maybe her husband is doing a job in Meerut. Her kids are going to school in Meerut. So she's not having to, the whole family doesn't have to leave a city and move to a mega city, which also puts a lot of pressure on the mega cities. So we have to think of city regions and not think of it in a disjointed way. This is an extremely important thing that a state needs to look at as an urban planning strategy. So this calculation that we did for NCR, now this person who could earlier afford nothing in Delhi, he can actually rent a 2 BHK and actually buy a 1 BHK in Modi Nagar. In Meerut, he can buy a 1 room or a 1.5 BHK, he can rent. And in Delhi, of course, he still can't really afford anything. He can only rent a dorm. And most of these supplies are not there. So slight this thing. So we wanted to call it the Indian dream, like you hear the American dream. So we can think of what kind of a dream does the common man can actually dream of. Can he really dream of having a house, even if he's working in a mega city or, traveling a lot for work? So this is what I was talking about. The red line is the proposed peninsular railway zone. This is something it seems to be under consideration. And, recently, I think a couple of years back, I was traveling to Kerala for tourism purposes, and it was completely car driven. I had to go from one city to the other in a car because the trains were infrequent. There were no facilities available near railway stations. So if I wanted to, spend a day in, say, Alleppey and not really, drive from the station and go and stay in a hotel and then this thing, I could not do that. I could not do a hop on, hop off kind of a situation. So even from a tourism standpoint, looking at it as a region, as a TOD region, is something that I would suggest that Kerala should look at. So now just a few more things to look at in terms of how do we use TOD to do these people-oriented benefits. How can we increase the disposable income of our population, increase the investment in public means, creating job housing balance in TOD towns. So it's interesting that if you just study the data, you find that in smaller towns, people have higher disposable income. So if you are wanting to, set up your commercial centers and do investment so that you can earn more money for your government tax coffers, actually people in smaller towns have more money because cost of living is lower. So if we are encouraging people to live in smaller towns, actually their spending capacity is better, which is better for us in terms of, how much revenue and tax earnings that the government has. So we generate more wealth, and people are also going to become wealthier because they also, are able to live in a better quality of life, having more disposable. It's a win-win for everybody. Then one more point to think about, that the average age of Indians is 28.7. So most of our population is below the age of 35. So how are we looking at the needs of this bracket of population? How do children figure into our cities? How do youngsters who are, nowadays youngsters in IT and, there are like the airline industry and so many of these, these new jobs that have come up, call centers, they are night-based working. People are working night shifts all the time. People are working from home, or entrepreneurship has become the thing. They need entertainment. If you don't give them sports facilities, they can resort to crime or whatever. There are so many other issues that are related to not dealing with the requirements of the youth and the youngsters and the children. So what are we doing for this bracket? This is something that I would just leave for you to think about. Like how many children in strollers do we see in our cities? I mean, maybe we just think about this. When was the last time you saw a stroller kid on the street? How do we involve children in our cities? When was the last time we saw a little child cycling on our streets? Are you comfortable leaving your child, coming back from school without help? What about nightlife? Like it's when you have a young demographic, nightlife is something that is really important. When we travel to other cities, like we go to Europe and we talk about Europe, China, Taiwan, Southeast Asia, these places are amazing places because they actually, the city wakes up at night. The city opens up at 11. Sometimes, Chinese cities, half of the city sleeps at 11 and the rest of the city wakes up. So why don't we have nightlife, night markets? Again, something to think about. This is again win-win for the young population who wants to have a nightlife. This is a win-win for our city governments because you are now earning 24 hours a day instead of just earning half a day. So something to again think about. Public transport. Our cities, we have, if we see the way the infrastructure in our cities are made, nobody will be able to guess the the modal share of our cities. So it's interesting that the red pie that you see in all these cities, Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, Ahmedabad, Nanded, Kohima, the red thing is the car ownership. But if you see our streets, 80%, 90% of the space is given to the red guy, which is the two-wheeler or the car. And the green, which is the major proportion of pedestrians and non-motorized transport, how much space do we have? Again, I was actually very little bit upset when I remember when we went to Kerala 2 years back, that we could not get out of the car and just walk down a street from one shop to the other shop. There was no concept of footpath in the entire state because I went from Trivandrum to Kochi and I actually did the coastal I went to several towns on the left coast. The whole concept of footpaths was not there, it was absent. So do people in Kerala not walk? Everybody drives? I don't think so. I don't have the data for that. But that's something that, again, I would request that the Kerala government should look at its data and redesign its street for tourists and for people who are definitely more pedestrians and not vehiclers. So yeah, so youngsters also, the moment you make your cities for the majority users, your youngsters become safer. And last but not least is that our country is unfortunately one of the unhappiest countries in the world. I think we are almost bottom. We are at 2.5 or 3, lowest. So what does happiness mean? Interestingly, urban design and urban planning has a major, major contribution to public happiness. So how your buildings, like what Adarsha talked about, how does the building interact with the public space, the scale of the space? If your buildings are, very far apart, you can no longer see your neighbor. You don't even know most of the time who's living next to your house. But when you are living in a dense environment, and you are, using a more public transport, pedestrian-oriented development, which is again, the paradigm of TOD, you have more interaction. You are forced to make friends because you meet the same people at the bus stop or the metro station. So that builds your social cohesion, that creates happiness. Happiness is only when you have, that exposure to other people. And then the other source of happiness is exposure to greenery, to nature. And Kerala is blessed with this. So how do we, really weave in the nature, the beauty into our city life, the daily life of people? Not always, today I have to plan and today I will go and see the forest or I will go and see the lake or see the sea. No, why? Every day when I'm walking home from work, I should be able to interact with nature. So these are aspects that we need to think about in our urban planning. So that sort of helps us achieve the balance. So the 10 principles that I would say that the TOD aspects that everyone has talked about very well, how we need to think about it is, first, as I said, think of cities as regions, not as cities. So please think of Trivandrum not as Trivandrum, but Trivandrum and Kochi as, the anchors of this beautiful necklace that you have along the coast and maybe even on the east coast. And think of it as a whole way that, values may be very high in Trivandrum and Kochi, but land values may be lower in the smaller things. What would be the travel distance? How do the economies of these smaller towns interact with the mega economies of, say, Trivandrum and Kochi and the bigger cities? We need to understand that. And Mumbai does it so well because they are doing the sea links and the metro lines and the railway lines and everything. And MMRDA always thinks of Mumbai as a region. They never think of it, nahi bhai, hum bas Bombay dekhenge, or we will only look at South Bombay. So it's really commendable the way they do their master plans, and then the planning is always macro to micro. So that's something that we should do in all our states. Mixed use planning, I think we can learn a lot from Mumbai, how they have, I think the suburban Navi Mumbai is actually the country's best kept secret. I want to just show you this video. This is Ulve. So when Mumbai started off and they first urbanized Vashi and all these areas, they did transit-oriented development even in Vashi. But when you go to Vashi, you don't really enjoy being on street, except for maybe a small pocket near the station, because they didn't get the urban edges right. The edges were all with boundary walls, and you feel scared on the street at night and even in the daytime. It doesn't have that street vibrancy, so it's not really enjoyable. They did some improvements in, when they did Belapur CBD, they corrected some of the mistakes of Vashi. Belapur CBD is much more vibrant, much more interesting. But again, Belapur CBD again has these segregated land uses. So you have the commercial zones and the, the residential and the non-commercial zones very segregated out, which again creates a kind of a strange kind of an environment, because all your commercial is concentrated. And when you're in the residential area, even basic amenities may not be available sometimes. Now comes to this third area, which is Ulve. It is in southern part of Belapur. And just take a look at the kind of urbanism that you have here. This is very common in Calcutta, Ahmedabad, This is the typology that is being done, which is wonderful, beautiful, wide footpaths. Every single residential block has commercial on the ground floor, and then it's a gated colony with a separate entry from the back. It's this is a suburb in Mumbai, and your daily needs are within 100 meters. So within 2 minutes, you have all your daily needs. You have amazing density. Every single housing mixed-use development is within 5-minute to 10-minute walk from the train station. And you have a wonderful street grid. I would encourage that every single person who is trying to work on TOD must visit this place. It's a small town called Ulve in Mumbai. It's an amazing place. So I'll go back to my quick presentation. I'm almost through actually. So mixed use, which is again one of the primary components of TOD. Pedestrian oriented planning. I think people talked about small blocks and larger blocks. This is a fundamental component, and if pedestrian oriented planning is not there, then we should not even talk about TOD, because transit oriented is not possible without being pedestrian oriented. And pedestrians need shortcuts. They need need to have various options of walking. So you need the smaller grid, which is around 100 meters or 250 meters. Public transport and active mobility. This is multimodal integration. The left side project. This is a project in Delhi. It's a Chhatarpur metro station. This is one of UTPEC's first envisioned projects for multimodal integration. Again, I would encourage if you guys can go and see this station. So it used to be a barren parking lot, because that time when the station was built, it was understood that everybody is going to come and drive and park at the station and then take the train. But then, when the usage pattern was studied, they found that only 1% people were coming by car, 80 to 90% were coming by foot. So then Metro redesigned the entire station precinct and made it pedestrian oriented, and you can see the kind of the number of pedestrians that you can see in the picture. The right side, of course, is a mega road which has cycle tracks and good footpaths and proper planning of the street. Water-oriented development. This is like a brother of transit-oriented development. Transit always doesn't need to mean train. Transit also could mean water transport. It could mean boats. It could mean motorboats or whatever. Making our waterways navigable also would mean that instead of the backs of our homes facing on the waterways, you will have the fronts facing the waterway. And one of the best example of this is Kashmir. If you guys have been to Srinagar, and if you go to the older parts of the city, you will see that the road looks barren, but when you go to the waterfront side, you find wonderful buildings on the riverfront and the lakefront, because the whole economy and the soul of the place was water. And it's the same with Kerala. The soul of the state is water. So, but do the waters have waterfront development? Now, waterfront development is a win-win for everybody. The moment we throw kooda and kachra in the backside, we have this tendency of throwing dirt where we can't see. So when we don't protect our waterways and we put our backs on them, we will put our kachra in the water. But the moment you start facing the water, doing development along the water, when the water starts generating value, it has eyeballs. Children are going and playing there. People are using it for transportation. So it's not going to remain. Nobody is going to throw garbage in a place where their kids are playing. And not just that, not do people only benefit, the city also benefits, because instead of just thinking, oh God, how do I clean my waterway? When you start earning from that, the people are going to start taking care of the waterway for you. You're going to generate revenue for yourself, which is going to help you maintain these very important arteries that the state has. So this is a snapshot of a water-oriented development policy, what it could entail, and I strongly recommend that Kerala should look at water TOD, WTOD, which is water transit-oriented development, and then have your own guidelines that what is the protected zone, what is going to be a regulated zone, where do you want to allow development. So think of TOD along water, integrate the two, that would be my recommendation. Number 6, develop business plans for your cities. So, TOD, like my previous speakers talked about ring fencing of funds and the FAR and the other money that starts coming in once development takes off, maybe in 5-10 years. So what happens to that money? It should not get lost. So we could develop business plans for, say, municipal corporations or ward levels, depending on what scale works for you. Based on these business plans, you could figure out, like, instead of just saying, oh God, so much money I'm spending on running the bus. So if you, the moment you start thinking of it in silos, you will feel, oh God, I'm spending so much money on, cleaning my road, on running the bus. But when you do a business plan, then you say, okay, I have to spend on these things, but I can earn from this thing. Okay, I have to spend on cleaning the street, but I can earn from the parking. I can earn from, maybe from the shop, whatever I'm earning, the extra tax I can get for higher footfall. Various other methods, advertisements are there. So you can just do a balance sheet for your municipal corporation or your ward, that where I earn and where I spend and how much profit I have and how do I invest that profit. So cities, I feel, need to be run like private corporations in order to ensure that quality of life for people is wonderfully ensured. Blue-green integration, I've already talked about it, that integrating your water systems with your green systems and with your public space systems. Number 8, the component is the TOD-based, form-based codes. So form-based codes can be non-TOD based also. Form-based code is only a tool for achieving what you want to do. So we have to make sure that whatever form-based codes we are doing are, helping in water-oriented development or helping achieve our transit-oriented development goals. And also, form-based codes is something that is absolutely not there in our legal framework, like our master plans and our building bylaws. So building bylaws, which are very American, they need to be updated to enable form-based codes. So for example, what the picture you see here on the right side is again very common in Mumbai, where you have hospitals connected with bridges over roads. In most cities, this is not permitted because the building bylaws don't permit it. Then the simple thing that you see on top, the arcade. In the building bylaws, ground coverage, this ground coverage is the enemy of good cities actually. Because the moment you have ground coverage and FAR guiding everything, the developer is tempted to say that, see, I'm building an arcade and I'm losing ground coverage, but I'm not gaining anything, so why should I give the arcade? So we have to relook at our building bylaws so that we can get in these very beautiful components of our traditional cities, the arcades, the bridges, the skywalks connecting, buildings, and which used to be so common in our traditional cities. We need to get them back into our bylaws. And that's probably a detailed presentation on its own, it can't be covered. Housing choices for all, which I talked about at length in the beginning, we need to look at. And last but not least, I would say that transparency and accountability. TOD is a very technical and very rigorous planning approach. It's going to touch a lot of people's lives. So there will be a chance of, offending people, running into litigations and having a lot of issues in implementation. The way to avoid all those problems is to be very transparent. So maybe I should just show you the UTPEC website. Let me just open. Yeah. So, in UTPEC, which is a cell of DDA which worked on, just sort of the birth of the transit-oriented development policy. It was the first time UTPEC also formulated the multimodal integration policy and did some of the first projects. So one thing that we used to do here is we used to put everything online, even things that were not notified. There's a system that it is not in the public domain because we are still thinking about it. There is nothing wrong with putting something in the public domain that you are still thinking about. Let the public also think with you. So even before these notifications came out, we had put all our stuff on the internet, on the UTPEC website, on the DDA UTPEC website. And we used to get a lot of comments, colleges and the civil society people. They used to come, sit with us, brainstorm. Center for Science and Environment, SPA, all these institutions were always very much involved in what we were thinking. And much before the policy was notified in 2014. But the public knew about it and was talking about it from 2009. because it was very interactive and participatory. So we put everything, so all our projects, so if you see the multimodal integration, all the station plans that are approved or even were under consideration were put online. You can just click on the station and the drawing you can open and see the drawing which has been approved. The public, it's so transparent. All the minutes of meeting are available online. So transparency actually not only makes us accountable, it also helps us because UTBEC was so transparent, very less RTI, nobody used to ever ask us questions because everything was there in the public domain. So accountability is a very good way of actually make life easier for government officers, government planners, and of course it's beneficial for the public because they become participants in what we are trying to do rather than later coming to know and then complaining, etc. So with that, I will close this presentation.
So thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights on people-oriented development. So the forum is now open for discussion.
Thank you.
So actually we have three presentations today. One is giving the issues regarding the transit-oriented development plan. So second one is regarding the implementation. That is implementation of the TOD. That is the most difficult part as far as the TOD is concerned. And in Kerala, we have one TOD we have done in 2014 in Kochi for the entire metro corridor, that is 25.6 kilometer corridor. For 19 stations we had done the TOD, but it never get implemented. Because the problem they are saying that it is not done in the master plan. The master plan is going late and this is not incorporated in the master plan. So these are the situations regarding implementation. Even though we are preparing the plan, so it is not getting implemented. Even though it is notified also, it is not getting implemented. These are the things that we are actually the TOD we have done in proposed in Kochi. We have two developments we have proposed. That is within 250 meter we have one mix of development which is more commercial type of development. And from 250 to 500 meter we have another set of development, mixed development which have more of the predominantly of residential nature. So these are the developments that we have proposed for Kochi and never get implemented. So the session is open for discussion and so we can ask any questions if you have any doubts, clarifications. Okay, sure. Mike, you.
I am working in this Outer Ring Road project. So basically when I read that implementation, I was expecting more on the implementation aspects, but it does not come because mostly, because every project has got project preparation stage. That's what most of the things, except the last transparency and accountability. None of the presentation really touched the people's interface with the people. How you are going to implement it, because that is the most difficult part of it. For example, public participation, how you discuss with them, and what are the regulatory issues, and what are the grievances coming in, all those. Because basically this is a planning part is more touched. Means basically what the desk work and what you do it in the computer and all more touched. So I would like to get some your inputs for a new greenfield. For example, Tirunelveli, we are having an outer ring road project. So one of you can highlight, give me some insights about how this can be, the implementation aspects can be covered.
Mike, please.
Actually, yesterday, if you notice the presentation on TP scheme was a mechanism for implementation. So that has a very robust kind of a system of public consultation, stakeholder consultation and implementation, which is why probably today we did not emphasize more on that, because yesterday's discussion on TP scheme was quite elaborate, quite detailed, with the kind of impacts that is achievable. Now, in terms of implementation, there are various aspects. You talked about public participation, which was covered, but there are other regulatory changes which are required. For example, the master plans need to incorporate certain kinds of drawings, have to acknowledge certain kinds of infrastructure facilities which TOD or other systems are talking about. For example, multimodal integration have to have a basis from the master plan, because that's the regulatory system and the act which gives the basis to all of this. Similarly, building bylaws have to acknowledge some of these nitty-gritties of TOD or other kinds of water-based development. Unless you do that, development will not happen. So implementation per se is not only about public participation. It also has these other regulatory changes which probably you'll have to think simultaneously. Because if you don't look into regulatory provisions which you have with you, and if you don't position your recommendations or your suggestions within that regulatory framework or the necessary modifications required in those regulatory framework, like mentioned earlier by sir, those documents will just lay as plans, will not get implemented. So all those have to be worked out in tandem.
Yeah, as he rightly said, it's not so much about, it's not only about public participation and stakeholder consultation. It's more about also doing the preparatory work. Which is about conceptualizing to what extent and what elements of TOD should be introduced in a particular area, preparing in a local area plan, and then getting a regulatory system for it, and then see what needs to be preserved, what needs to undergo some change, and then take consent of the people thereafter on various elements. And the regulatory instruments anyway will put through public scrutiny as per the law. In town planning scheme, fortunately, the way it works out in India through the regulatory system, the entire public participation part of the town planning scheme is written in the regulation book. It's not that it's happening outside independent of the rule book. The rule says exactly in what manner people should be consulted and their objections should be taken on board, how arbitrators should resolve these issues. So similarly, I think it's a good example, as you said, with reference to TOD also. Probably when they really start happening on ground, there may be, the regulations may also contain, especially for redevelopments, how this consultation should happen along with the plans.
One more thing, what is the role of this Unified Urban Transport Authority for implementing this TOD?
You want me to answer? Or? Actually, when UMTA was conceptualized, the idea was to bring all public transport related agencies, funds and actions together under one umbrella agency. Now that umbrella agency can be defined by different ways in different states. Some states look at it as one singular agency, some states look at it as an SPV, some states look at it as a body of heads of all. For example, UTPEC is actually an organization where heads of all institutions sit together for decision making. UTPEC also has a technical wing which does these kind of tests and prepares plans and schemes. So I think the idea over here of Unified Transport Authority or corporation, whatever you call it, is to make sure that planning, decision making, implementation related to public transport and integrated transport and land use system are together. What is the mechanism? Probably every state or city will have to define its own mechanism of unifying them together, and even fund allocation and utilization. Because otherwise you might be planning for something else, but your larger share of investment might be somewhere else. To synchronize your planning and investment and priorities and investments, it's better to at least bring all these agencies together in whichever format it's feasible.
Thanks, sir. Any other queries?
Regarding implementation of TOD in Cochin. Actually, Cochin had a structure plan some time back, and every plan actually is replaced by another master plan or a structure plan. Even in New York, if you see in 1836 or 39, the first plan was done. And even now we have a new plan which is replaced by, there is no time gap wherein no plan exists. So that's how it is happening. So in Kochi, what has happened was we had a very good structure plan wherein there is a very clearly identified low density zones, high density zones like that. But later what has happened, whatever the FAR regulations were there in the building rule got adopted to whole of the Cochin structure plan, so that it became very uniform. So there is no disparity with respect to one area, receiving end and the origin end. So what has happened, anyone can do it up to 4. See, basically the FAR content 1.5 to 2.5 is the leverage part. That leverage part, anyone can do up to 4 or 4.5. So the TOD, which actually could achieve up to 3.5, was not receivable at those stations. So there is no takers for that. That is why it didn't actually get implemented. Otherwise, it could have been done. And coming on to the happiness index, really, when you talk about happiness index of India as a whole, maybe we are at 136, but Kerala, if you see, the happiness index is very high. So that's why it's called a Godstone country. We are very happy that even in the risk-informed, when we are talking about the 2018 and 2019 floods, we are not actually prepared for it. But yesterday when ACS was talking about it, now we know some activities are happening, people are getting oriented towards what should happen, what should be precaution. So the precaution level and all has reduced considerably. So generally Keralites are a little happy, and when talking about the tourism part, it is not Kerala, it has to be experienced, not hop on, hop off. You have to go, if you go to Fort Kochi, you have to get down, you have to walk, spend one day and find what is there and get the feel of that place. Then only you will understand. Like, it is not a one destination place. So that I want to just convey that, that's all.
So in the main part of the TOD of Kochi is the FSI. So the government has made to FSI to 4, even to other areas. There is no takeaways from FSI regarding the Kochi TOD. That is why it is not getting implemented.
So, from that point of view, as we have been saying, FSI is not the fundamental element of TOD. It's one of the secondary elements. So I think to deviate from focusing on FSI entirely, which the country is doing, I think Cochin will be a great example if we do the entire TOD without getting into FSI business. Let's reorganize the spaces around the stations. Let's do area level replanning wherever necessary, and some redevelopments or some infills, some green developments on vacant lands, and some kind of entire reorganization and improvement of amenities can happen, multimodal integration can happen, and all of that can happen without FSI. So I think it will pave the way for the country to follow without this FSI business, which will be a great example.
Just to add on to that, I think FSI discussion started when the city started relating FSI with revenue generation. That if this much of FSI is there, this much revenue is, premium is coming to us. That's a myth. That doesn't happen, because you may give whatever FSI you want, redevelopment will happen based on the end users. If the end users are very possessive about the kind of development that they are living in, they will not develop. So I think that misnomer has to be clearly called out. So it's better to look at the planning the way you want to plan the area, and look at money generation, revenue generation separately, and make sure that they are linked with each other, but not dependent completely on each other. If you start doing that, for example, if you say that if revenue is not there, I'm going to densify it, doesn't make sense. Because you might want to densify it, but the residents there itself won't need densification. It may happen. So it's important that we don't necessarily focus on FSI only as revenue generation tools. There are other ways of revenue generation. You can have other kinds of taxes, other kinds of stamp duties. And there also there is a certain balance. You may want to generate humongous amount of revenues, but the appetite of the market might be a certain extent. Beyond that, it becomes unfeasible.
Land use reorganization can also give revenue, and government properties reorganized with some land use change can also generate some revenues. I think it will be a good pilot project actually.
Okay, one more question, please.
Hello. My name is George Koshi. I think out of the whole group, I'm one of the few people who have had the experience of implementing transit-oriented development, not in India, in different parts of the world. The last job I held was as director with the Department of Planning in New South Wales, Australia. A few takeaways from what I have learned from different parts of the world. I mean, I'm very surprised that in this stone age, in 2022, we are still talking about FSI. You know, in developed countries, we don't talk about FSIs anymore. You know, you have the controls, the development controls, you have the environmental controls, you have the social controls in place. Then, you know, instead of being prescriptive, ask the people to be creative in terms of how to implement those controls on the ground. That's one thing. And secondly, TODs with no parking, from my experience, it simply doesn't work. Because, you know, I was just thinking loud when I was sitting here. Somebody living in the precinct where Taj Mahal is, you know, they might go to Taj Mahal once or twice in their lifetime. They wouldn't go there every weekend. So they want to go out, not just to work, and to do many other activities. And all those activities simply cannot be captured in one precinct. So zero parking simply doesn't work. Another thing is how to get it done. You know, I think few people have experience in this particular room. The only way to get it done is by giving one nodal agency the responsibility to get it done. Multi-agency setup, even in the best of best countries and best of best cities, simply wouldn't work because there are priorities which would be conflicting, and those issues cannot be resolved that easily. So once we have a nodal agency that is given the responsibility to get it done, then that would work, the TODs would work.
Okay, thank you for your comments. We have Kumta sort of things that is there for doing all these things or implementing this TOD in Kochi, and we are extending to other cities also. So this is there in India. Okay. Yeah.
I think the parking discussion is important. Parking itself is not a problem. Car is a commodity. Car is not a public facility. Parking itself is not a problem, but if driving vehicle starts creating problems for people to walk, cycle and use public transport, then there is a problem. So even in TOD areas, if parking is there, the end user has to pay and construct its own parking. Public money should not be used to construct parking lots in TOD areas because public money should be invested in public facilities like walking, cycling and use of public transport. Parking can be constructed by end users because the end user anyways has very high land appreciation. So for them, it's encouragement to construct whatever they want to at their own cost. Their usage, if the usage is very high and even in a TOD zone, they are only using their cars, then there has to be some amount of discouragement. For example, congestion pricing and other pricing mechanisms across the globe discourage people to use cars in core areas of the city. Congestion pricing in UK and all is very high. People, even rich people can't use their cars in those kind of areas. So I think the city has to find its own balance of how much to provide, how much to regulate, what are these financial tools to encourage or discourage. And there is no one size fit all approach. I mean, we can't say that if Delhi is discouraging parking, Kochi should also discourage parking, or if Delhi is encouraging something, Kochi should encourage. But what is it that will encourage people in Kerala to use walking, cycling, public transport is the basic goal for TOD.
Okay, we are already running late.
I just wanted to add one point, if I'm audible. This is Paromita here, I'm online.
Yeah.
About the implementation part, you know, UMTA is a transportation authority. So I think we need to study how the cases we talked about, Singapore and all these cases, how they implemented TOD in a major mainstream way. They have what they call the Land Transport Authority. You cannot do public transportation planning without integrating land use. And this is not happening in any place in the country today in India. So first we need to close all our transport departments and they need to be merged with the development authority. There should be no transportation department, which is separate. And the transportation to motor vehicle licensing work that is done, that should be like DMV, you know. In the US, you have DMV, which deals with licensing and all that. That is not transport planning. Transport planning, regulatory work, planning of public transport systems, generating funds from them, what happens to that fund generation, that has to be done by the development authority. So the transportation cell has to be under the development authority. Personally, I'm not very sure that Dumta can implement TOD because Dumta has no jurisdiction over land use planning, over land matters, over bylaws. So I don't think Dumta can implement TOD if that's the direction that we are thinking. We need to strengthen our development authorities, our planning authorities, or municipal corporations and make sure that we integrate planning and transportation within these authorities. That's the only way it can happen.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So we are closing this session. If you have any other clarifications. So thank you for nice presentations and your active participation for the entire session. Thanks.
Now it's time for refreshments. Since we are out of schedule, we request all of you to come back as early as possible.
Check, test, hello, check. Check, test, hello.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, we are running short of time since we have only 1 hour. Now it is 12:21. We have to wind up at 1:15. See, this panel discussion is on Sponsity. It is a new concept in Kerala. We are hearing this urban flooding for the last 2 to 3 years. It is a buzzword. Why this urban flooding? One of the technical solution is Sponsity. How this can be incorporated in the master plan and how it can be implemented. This is a topic we are deliberating on. We have 3 eminent personalities. One is Mr. Ajit Kalyat, he is a professor in Kila, and 2 other dignitaries are practitioners working in NGO on Krishnaswamy from Coimbatore and Nisha Priya, an international NGO. This Sponsity, which is coined by a Chinese urban planner, Qi Guang, and he is a HOD of Peace University, how to address the urban flooding. So the concept is very clear, to incorporate some elements in urban planning so that it can absorb or clean use effectively the rainfall so that it will reduce the dangerous and polluted runoff, so that there should be some provision or space to store it. Maybe it may be natural, either some water bodies or paddy or wetland, and such a connectivity so that it collects some in some pockets. These are actually natural, but due to this developmental activities, the build-up areas on the higher sides and the neighboring places are covered with the non-permeable pavements, thereby the runoff is on the higher sides. So this technology will reduce the runoff and it will store in the place where the rain falls. Come to Trivandrum. Trivandrum is one of the vibrant city and the largest city in terms of population and area. 214 kilometers square area and a population of 9.69 lakhs as per the last census, and the projection is 10.32 lakhs. Trivandrum, we have a master plan in 1971, around 52 years back. Recently we have a draft master plan which proposes some element of sponge city, so only some element. See, Trivandrum, we have a coastal area one side with 24 kilometers and 14 wards. The population is there almost 1 lakhs. Where the density is more than 10,000. In some parts like Kottapuram and Vizhinjam, where the population density is more than 20,000. In the core area, the average population density is 15,000. On an average, it is only 4,500 only. The water which maybe due to rain that is collected and runoff to this sea. In the south, we have this Gangayar. Then we have some small two rivers, then Kiliyar and Karamana, join at Tiruvallam and run off to Arabian Sea. In the core city, we have Parvati Puttanar and Amaranjan Thoat. Again in the core city, we have Ullur Thoat and Patan Thoat, which joins the Akulan Lake. Another one is Gangayar in the Karakuta region. These are the small streams or canals we have, which run off the additional water to the excess water to the sea or to the lakes. Again, in the last 2 years, 2021 and 22, there is no urban flooding. This year also, comparatively here we have rainfall is on the lower side, but still we are not affected with the inundation or flood due to the engagements of all stakeholders, and they are put in vote on time, clearing all the canals. We have some tie-up with this NGO called Plastic Fisher, and they have put some traps and collected all the non-bio waste from these canals, which are cleared and ensure the free flow of runoff to the sea or to the lakes. So coming to the topic, sponge city. China is one of the champions. We have 16 cities in the first phase and again 14 cities in the second phase. They have introduced this 20 years back. Now they are experiencing the result of that. In these cities, there is no flooding. Again, in India, we have some experience from Chennai. They are also trying this tool for the last 10 to 8 years. The result is yet to come, but there are so many challenges. In a planned city, it is very easy to implement, but these are cities developed already in an unregulated way. One thing. The second thing is the covered area is almost 30 to 40% of the total land area. Again, implementation, it needs high level of capex, which are lacking in almost all ULBs in Kerala. These are some challenges. Okay, come to the speakers. We have Mr. Ajit Kalyat. He is the actually professor of the urban chair in Kila. Now I invite Mr. Ajit to deliver on this.
Chairs മാറ്റണം. Good afternoon. So this is one session where we have less experience from any other Indian state. And probably Kerala can say we are slightly ahead of the learning curve, at least I can say learning curve. I'm not saying we have implemented things, but there is something which we are able to say there is more consolidated knowledge and thinking. Of course, not Sponge City as an idea, but in terms of making any of our urban settlements much more resilient. And I wanted to use this this idea, basically, ecological risks to equitable resilience, because we are confronted with large number of conflicts, primarily coming out of our disconnect as well as in alienation from nature. We experienced it through two major floods in 18 and 19, and we are also one of the society which is going to be seen as major hotspot for zoonotic diseases, one among the 16 global hotspots for zoonotic diseases. So there is a challenge which is staring at us. There are experiences in every community and place that we are living and we are building, which needs to be kind of recalibrated and appropriated for making not merely resilient, but also equitably resilient, because resilience without equity at the core of that is not going to achieve real results. Because again, if people who have got adequate resources, affluent, rich, influential are only going to be resilient, society is going to fall apart. So we have to keep this idea together, and the purpose of my presentation is also to bring these discourses together, what's happening in other part of the world and what's being attempted in Kerala. So in simpler term, this is all about preserving the integrity of the biotic community, and that's something which is also the purpose of planning, whether we use plans for cities or regions or even for state level strategies. Any spatial plan has a purpose and intention to ensure that the integrity of the biotic community is preserved, human in nature. There's a lot of wisdom which has been communicating to us from different parts of the world. Two of these, I wanted to bring this to the audience today because I have been influenced by this reading during my doctoral work, and the second one, the first one is actually one of the pioneering work talking about the need for closely affiliating with nature instead of, stewardship of nature instead of disconnecting and considering nature as a commodity to appropriate. And the second one is a story about how the city of Chicago became so wealthy by exploiting the natural wealth in the Great West. So there's a lot of debate which these books have generated, and many of those things are now touching our society and our country. So the conceptual origin of, so that's a background, and what China tried to do is to, because it's like India, China is also rapidly, the size of the population as well as the conflicts with the nature being multiple, the administration decided to look at an emerging idea which is called Sponge City. And this is also part of the State Council decision to enable building streets and wetlands in cities to absorb, store and release rainwater like sponge. So it operates like a sponge, so that there's no way that it gets flooded. Now I'm trying to enrich this discussion on Sponge City. That's why I'm adding a bit extra information here. So there is a direct context, global political context, which is about the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration. There is something which every country has signed up, and 2021 to 2030 being that period, there is a heightened demand and attention from stakeholders around the world to ensure that we are preserving the ecological integrity or integrity of the biotic community. So I'm only highlighting 3 points, which is part of this 10 principles. The fourth one is about ecosystem restoration and its aim to achieve the highest level of recovery for biodiversity, ecosystem health and integrity. The health of the planetary ecosystem need to be preserved. Eighth one talks about ecosystem restoration to tailoring it to the local ecological conditions and cultural adaptation, and so itself understanding landscapes and seascapes. So we in our state have problems of coastal areas eroding, landscape being threatened by uncontrolled building and such aspects. So how do we appropriate this into the context? Ecosystem restoration is enabled by policy. So we are looking at policy process. I'm going to come to what Kerala tried as a policy process. So going from there, we got opportunities to integrate nature into urban planning. And the previous speakers are very clearly, with clear, insightful experience, have talked about how we use TOD for doing that. How do we use the different measures which has been included in the master plan as well as spatial planning process. So one is increasing the tree cover, the very peripheral set of activity, but also bring community gardens, because you also ensure there is greater connect among people who are living in a community, and also produce food locally, so less food miles. Greening the rooftops, that's another area. It could be also gardening, it could also be urban agriculture, and increasing permeable surfaces. That's where actually the sponge city, and you could see directly related to that, China's attempt on that, implementing ecosystem protection. So there are these different ways which cities around the world have been asked to attempt. So this is also related to the blue-green. I'm not going to delve too much into this, but it's about the idea of water-sensitive design, which earlier speaker Paramita Roy was also talking about. Water-sensitive, water-wise cities, water-wise communities, water-sensitive design, so that we are not compelled to kind of be subverted by the deluge, which compels us to kind of displace or look for resources to manage people at different point. Some visuals. So to become a blue city, or to incorporate more blue elements at community level and at micro level, what options we got? So water walls, rooftop gardens, stormwater retention pools, and also swells and such areas. How do we, in a micro urban environment, what way we can reclaim and create space for water element, and the benefit of having that. So it's also about social health, because people come around and spend more time and they feel more part of a community. It also contributes to biodiversity's growth. It's also multi-sensory experience, because we get different stimuli in different contexts, and of course reduce heat stress and mental health advantages also. So the need for, the previous one I used to tell the need for integrating and strengthening the blue element in an urban space, but this is also about the green element, which is primarily about the trees and their large numbers. So it obviously addresses a range of issues, including CO2 reduction, air quality improvement, and we got opportunities to address stormwater and reduce heat island to cool island. We only heard about heat island, but there's also something called cool island. So if an area which has got good canopy like Pachaturuthu or Miyawaki forest, it contributes to cool island. That area has lesser temperature than the surrounding areas. So trees help in doing that, and obviously biodiversity and all. So the blue and green, and it's also important for us to be aware that this is part of a global change, paradigm shift to bring, which is part of the ecosystem restoration decade. The UK is talking about coast to coast building, so rewilding, because they have urbanized a lot, and now they realize you need to have more green spaces. The Western Africa, which is rapidly urbanizing, which was rapidly desertifying, decided to have 8,000 kilometers of area as a green Great Wall. It's a major project which is funded by a lot of donors, including the World Bank. And it's also a livelihood. It's not just a fancy project, but it's also a livelihood. It's also their defense to climate change. It's also their process of ensuring that the next generation is able to live in a much more equitable condition. Forest cities, in buildings which you appropriate for adequate green space. So such discussions, and also there are around the world there are. Treepedia helps to understand which city has got how much canopy. So there is a whole lot of movement around the world looking at the blue and green, and this is something which I've personally experienced while being while doing my doctoral work, the city has decided to preserve its hill ecosystem because it offers opportunity for kids to go and play. It also helps people to kind of understand their city's relationship with nature. It offers range of biodiversity opportunity and ecotourism spot. So it builds, and they also have community gardens around. So it's small. I'm not going to show it long because it's a slightly bigger video, but this is important to get a sense of video. Okay, I think the video has some problems. So let me explain this in brief. The City of London decided to become the first national park, declare itself as the first national park city of the world. Any city imagining to be a national park wanted to use the opportunities that green space can bring for prosperity. There are multiple reasons why the city decided to look at. The first reason was it has achieved certain level of material prosperity, and the society started having different issues, conflicts, crimes, knife attacks, and all sorts of things. So people who were sensitive and who realized that you need to bring greater opportunity for people to come and collaborate and create more community spaces, and also value the flora, fauna, and other assets, natural assets, they decided to campaign for it, and they successfully established, and this is also validated and supported by the London Assembly. So the entire thing is documented. What is the number of flora, fauna available in the city region, and how much green area is available for each household and their distribution. The other one, which is post-COVID, the mayor of Paris tried to argue that you need to have more compact urban spaces, and obviously not merely having a compact space, but also introduce green into and remodel the city system accordingly. This text followed by this visual will help you to understand how they are looking at. Within 15 minutes, about 1.5 to 2 kilometer distance, which you can reach by walking or bicycling. Organize 90% of the amenities, educational, retail, as well as your health and other support system, so that people will walk more, and obviously they are going to meet their colleagues, they are going to meet their neighbor, contributing to greater social coherence and social relationships, social bonds. So obviously this picture also shows some green, but much more how they are trying to use this idea to create and reclaim some green spaces. Now the next one will show you the opportunity. So in a city which is densely populated, we realize that we many times think there is no opportunity to create green spaces, but tactical urbanism offers such kind of opportunities. Terraces, bridges, and also some flyovers which could be converted or used to create such spaces. So this is again, I suppose the video will work. Okay, sorry about that. There's some problem with the linkage. But so this is about the Sponge City process which China attempted, and the kind of surfaces they used. How did they change the materials that are used for paving in cities, and how they became how they used those materials which could absorb the water instead of allowing accumulation and then contributing to deluge and flood. So how does a Sponge City work basically? So you have a distributed system, or distributed green and blue system around the city, and your city system is able to absorb, collect, and also, like nature, it is also able to kind of collect and channelize that into streams and water bodies. So this is again a multi-scale approach. It's not one scale, it's not just one water body or green space for the city, but at different scales, at community scale, at neighborhood scale, also at sub-city scale, and integrating all this into different functions. So hydrological function of the city need to be addressed, and it needs to be used in and strengthened in doing that. And the gains that they thought when they tried this in Shanghai as a pilot project, the kind of gains how much integration of ecology could happen, and what share of reclamation of land could happen, what kind of functions it could support, what kind of water environment, and also safety, so, and alluding to planning requirements to be adhered. Okay. The way forward, post-pandemic world, people are also experiencing different challenges and also mental health issues. So the blue-green is not merely a fanciful idea, or it's not merely about resilience and flood prevention, but also it's something which creates a lot of opportunity aesthetically, but also allow people to come and there is a growing movement about reclaiming cities for play, particularly realizing the value of children need enough space for play and opportunity for play, safe play. And the Arab's recent document talks about opportunities for children to play in nature, not merely playing. So playing in nature, earlier outdoor, great outdoors, but now they talk about nature-based play, which is also another additional reason for us to argue and also to say that we need cities which are much more green and blue content rather than gray content. And what does it all add up to? This all add up to what the Surgeon General of US said, that you keep yourself fit, you keep the community healthy, because you got distributed blue and green spaces, and that contributes to people to step out, to feel safe, to feel being part of an environment where they are able to kind of experience the best of urban as well as the peri-urban or rural. And if we do that, this is only to stimulate little thinking in the audience mind. There are such attempts in various parts of the world. How do you experience, what do you feel? When you go closer to a green space, when you go to a blue space, when you go to a park, national park, do you feel happy? Do you feel excited? Do you feel calm? And when you go to a congested city space or in a traffic light, do you feel anxious, worried? And there are mechanisms to kind of harness this information and map it. So this is being done by the City of Greenwich. What I'm trying to tell is that if we have multiple reasons to bring such kind of innovation and transformation in our urban scape, and this is again sound map. So if there are places where there are a lot of birds and different types of birds inhabit, obviously you are going to get a very enriched experience for your ears. So you get birds singing, and the flow of the river as well as the streams, that all helps one to feel that I am okay and my environment is safe. And also this is all important because we have to have the post-COVID world. If it has to be more safe and secure, obviously we need to bring back all that nature has been offering us. So fragrances, again, let us reimagine this in an environment where we are in a city which provides a lot of horticultural, range of horticultural experience, and cities which are bee friendly, bird friendly, such cities. And in such a context, you are also going to have different type of fragrances. It's also tourism opportunity. If we are able to show what our city has got, its landscape, its emotional landscape, it also produces opportunity for tourism. There are clear scientifically developed guidelines, which one of them is called the Singapore Biodiversity Index, and India also has brought urban greening guidelines, and there are other evidences which should help us to kind of directly bring this into planning guidelines. And Kerala has also made a major leap in this direction, which was a compulsion which came from the flood 2018 and 19. So Government of Kerala, LSED, has now brought out this guideline for risk-informed master planning, and my colleagues Rajesh and team has been working behind this. I was party to some of these discussions. So there is a guideline which calls for ensuring the master plans which have been traditionally either comfortably ignoring or not being consciously integrating all the blue, green as well as the ecological elements in the planning process need to be more conscious about that. Then only the society which is going to gain through planning will be able to be resilient. So that's a policy perspective, and this is something a city, one of the 6 big cities of Kerala, Kollam, which has got 2 Ramsar sites, which has got a lot of green area and which is a ripe case to be branded and developed as a biodiversity. So the Kollam Mayor has already declared her commitment to the idea of making Kollam a biodiversity. So City of Biodiversity got into a smaller thing called biodiversity, and this is again a global movement. There are European cities, there are IUCN efforts, International Union for Urban Nature Conservation, trying to promote such initiative. So at policy level, the risk informed master plan guideline is there, which should help our cities and our urban regions to become much more sponge city like environment. And a city which has piloted this should also help us to understand what way we can translate this into the practical local wisdom, and obviously it is going to earn us much more results. So I'll stop here. Thank you for being patient.
A very good morning to, or rather good afternoon to all those in the stage, in the gathering here. And I really appreciate Amrut for taking this initiative of bringing all those people who matter into one gathering and calling practitioners like us from Coimbatore. Now, what I'll be sharing is sharing our experiences. We are not an expert. We call up experts for helping us out. We are an NGO based at Coimbatore, Sirutuli. Sirutuli means small drop. And I get along with this. Now, I'll give you a basic geography of where Coimbatore is and how we are proceeding so that because certain things cannot be replicated everywhere. Now, Coimbatore, it is on the eastern side of the Western Ghats. And you have a nice, what you call horseshoe-shaped mountains over there. So whatever water falls, it has to come into the river. It cannot escape anywhere. The smartness is in trying to trap this water, create sponge cities. Now, rather the entire region should be a sponge. And that was how it was envisaged by our forefathers, and this is what we got. The river is called River Noyal. It is about 165 kilometers. It originates in the Western Ghats, ultimately merges with River Kaveri at a place called Noyal. That is why it got its name, Noyal River. But Tamil Nadu, you have this thing, Bhavani, where the Bhavani River is where it terminates with Kaveri. That place is called Bhavani, that's how it gets its name. Similar thing with Kaveri. Kaveri Pumpattanam is the final terminus for Kaveri. That's how it is. A few rivers get their names. Now, this river as such, it's a huge stormwater drain or rainwater drain. There are no dams across, nothing was there. It eventually led to flooding of the Kaveri Delta region. Because of this, the Cholas who were ruling those days, they came over to this region and they found they could not build any dam over here. Of course, Bhavani you have a dam, Amaravati river you have a dam, and Kaveri also you have a dam at Mettur. Here there is no dam. There is no possibility of constructing a dam. So they created this huge watershed management arrangement where
there are about 23 anickets. Anickets are nothing but diversion wells across the river, from where the water is taken through a channel, and there are 31 system tanks connected to the river. So the entire area becomes a sponge area. See, you are taking the water into system tanks. Each tank is about 200 acres, 300 acres, huge ones. I don't know, God alone knows how they did the, what you call, level readings and all those things, how they created the anickets, where the, see, some anickets are nearly about 20 kilometers away from the actual storage point. The system is so good that whatever water comes from the anicket, it goes and feeds a particular tank, and from the tank the surplus goes back into the river. Or the same thing, there is another channel it takes to another what you call tank, system tank, and from system tank to system tank, finally everything comes back to the river. So not a drop of water is wasted, and because this water flows through the channel for kilometers together, every area gets fed with water. Everything is spongy in nature now. Everywhere the water is being tapped. And finally everything, it comes to the tanks, and within the tanks, you know what happened? Because of these tanks, they went in for agriculture. Being black cotton soil, cotton became the predominant crop over there. Because of the crops, the cotton textile mills came into picture. Coimbatore is flooded with textile mills. That is one thing. And because of textile mills, the engineering industry came into picture. Industrialization, urbanization, everything has come into picture. Ultimately what happened, people, once the engineering industry has come up, you're urbanized, you forget the source, how you came up. The river is in disuse. The river Noyal is in 100% disuse now. Nobody wants the river or requires the river physically. Even without the river, they're ready to survive. So this is the current status, and what has happened is this system, which was designed for a very wonderful freshwater supply, is now carrying only sewage from all the habitations along its route. So this is a very bad example which you have to bear in mind, all the local self-government groups, your team. Please safeguard the river, maintain its importance. Very difficult otherwise. Now, 2003, when you drill a borewell in Coimbatore, it started, even at 1,000 feet, we are not able to get water. It is not supposed to be. You have such a huge mountain range nearby, so much water flowing through. It's about 700 mm rainfall average, 675 to 700 mm average rainfall per year. Southwest monsoon, of course, we are on the shadow side for southwest monsoon. Northeast monsoon, we get about 60-70% of the rain. And huge amount of 700 mm is not an ordinary value. Huge amount of rain is there. Unfortunately, all this was going away as runoff. So this idea of sponge city started in Coimbatore in 2003, when a group of industrialists, they came together, they started this NGO called Sirthuli. What is a water surplus nation area with so much of agriculture around? Ultimately, it became a water deficit area, and Sirthuli was started. And I don't know, it's a coincidence, the professor was talking about blue, green and everything. Focus was on water. The system tanks were there, so the team from Sirthuli, they got the permissions, started desilting. I'll show you all those photographs, the results which have come. So water watch was the primary thing. So they thought without the green aspect, the blue will not go separately. So blue and green were added. Waste management, again the sewage getting into it, that is also brought into it. Awareness, you start from the schools. Awareness, awareness, awareness. This is again one more thing. That will take care of your demand side requirement for water. Supply side is your sponge city, whereas demand side awareness will help you. And latest we've added Road the Farmer, we've not done much on that. Now water runs down the Western Ghats. This is how it falls. These have not been taken from the internet or anything, but actual photos. They are available in the internet, but these are actually available. This is what we are seeing. You please come and visit Coimbatore, especially this season when the southwest monsoon is active. Just go see that. You will see a string of streams falling down. This is an actual view on top. Beautiful it will be. So much of water is coming. and part of it comes to Sirvani and comes to Kerala also. Kerala is also benefiting out of this. Water conservation mantra for any sponge city, for anybody, this is what we feel. Where the water runs, make it walk. Where it walks, make it stand. Where it stands, make it sit in the lap of Mother Nature. This is the basic mantra. Dr. Rajendra Singh is called the Waterman of India. This is what we follow right from the beginning. Now, where check dams will make it walk. Water is running fast, any check dam will make it walk. Water bodies make it stand, and the rainwater harvesting structures takes it into the aquifers. Simple, nothing complicated. The water resources management in Sirtuli, I told you we have 4-5 verticals. Sirtuli Water Watch is one vertical where I am the convener. We volunteer up there and spending a lot of time, and it's a matter of interest. Here the basic idea is to recover what we have lost. I told you the river has been lost, the water bodies have been lost, we are recovering them or creating new water bodies. And finally reap. Reap, catch the water where rain as it falls, reap the water, rainwater. That is the idea. Now this is the beginning, 2003. I'll start rushing through now. See what is on the left-hand corner on top that you can see, and the final finish at the just behind the bottom. And we are very, very lucky at Sirtuli. As and when we desal the water tank, rain comes and it gets filled. I don't know how it happens. We have a small touch of luck over there. And we just don't concentrate only on the water bodies. The supply streams are equally important. Very, very important. Like the river Noyal, there are 36 streams which come from the hills, from Western Ghats, and all these confluence to create the river. Unfortunately, we've lost nearly about 30 streams. 5 or 6 are only available, mainly due to deforestation and other activities. Now, like this, we will be doing Kolaramadi. You can see left and right, before and after, how this, see Kolaramadi, this one should be around 60 acres. Kolaramadi, that should be around 40 acres. Ganganarayan Samtram and Sotyandikuti both put together around 90 acres. You can see it in Perur. Anybody who is traveling into Coimbatore, I will show you, you will see, I will show you the other one later. This is a semi-urban water body. There are several such water bodies within Coimbatore. You can see its condition left on top, right after desilting, bund formation, everything is there. And thirdly, you can see it has rained and it has filled up. See, this is what Periyakulam. Anybody who's traveled by car, road to Coimbatore? Anybody? By road? Nobody. As you get into Coimbatore, in Ukkadam, you see left side, there's a huge water body. It's about 320 acres. See the condition of it on the left when we took over. Dumping ground, sewage being disposed into it. We did the desilting, and the result is what is you see on the right. This is how it is right now. Now this, we made it, see this is where awareness comes into picture. We included the entire community every Sunday, because this project was going on for about 6 months. Every Sunday we used to have people coming from various streams, the number of cars, two-wheelers parked over there. Though machinery were working, part of it, just for the sake of involvement, people used to come and work over there. It was a great experience. Now, construction of check dams. The left one, Nandangarai check dam, you can see how it is right in the beginning. The farmers over there, this is right below the Western Ghats, the farmers over there requested us, please come and do it. Build a check dam over here. Nobody believed it. What is at bottom is, it is full 365 days a year. Even in the driest periods, we have water over here. It is surplusing every year. And the effect of this, the effect of the spongy nature of this can be felt over 20 kilometers. Because it is at a higher altitude, and right down up to the plains, you can see the water table rising up over here because of this. The altitude plays a lot of difference. You do any intervention closer to the hills, the city gets benefited. 20 kilometers away, you find it benefited. In fact, for this one, there are areas which are benefiting beyond 40 kilometers. Somewhere in Pollachi, Nagam, they say, sir, Kurchi column, these columns are there, I will get water. The aquifers are so strong, connected. Aquifers are nothing but rivers running below your feet. You get hold of it, pump water into it, everybody gets benefited. You will not benefit alone. Any intervention into the aquifer is a pure social activity, nothing personal with that. So creating smart city is a very big social activity which everybody should do. So 2008, this is what we created, and we don't sit back. We do an intervention later, 2021, desilt it again, make it slightly, increase the capacity. Now, when you're creating such a big water body just at the foothills of the Western Ghats, man-animal conflict totally gets away. This is again an additional thing. I'm going out of the city, but I'll come into the city now. Now, this is again one more thing, a wild stream on the left, just about 8 check dams were there, over a kilometer, and the level difference about 10 meters. Excuse me, 10 meters. We created these ponds over there, and finally when it rains, it gets filled up. And creating water bodies within the campuses. This is Anna University, is the regional campus in Chennai. Chinmaya Residential School is also there. Wherever they provide space, we suggest you create water bodies. This can be done even within the city. Whoever has space, whoever has the willpower to do it, we should do it. Rainwater, urban rainwater harvesting structures. This we have been doing it in a very, very large way. Simply catch hold of the aquifer, pump the rainwater inside, everybody is going to benefit. Now, every 100 mm of rainfall, over a hectare, 1 million liters of water can be harvested. Make it very simple. 1,000 square feet of a building, you'll get 650 mm. I'm able to get 65,000 liters per year. 65,000 liters per year. 4 people in a house, daily your consumption is going to be around 500 liters. So monthly, just keep calculating, this 65,000 liters is more. You don't need a corporation connection at all. If you're able to tap rainwater and you store it and use it, you don't have to go outside. And additional thing, from there you can let it into the borewell and you can send it inside. The purpose of the borewell can be reversed. Instead of drawing water, you can start pumping water into it. We have 3 types actually, circular rainwater harvesting structures. See, mostly the school buildings and institutional buildings, you'll find a lot of water stagnation after rains. You catch hold of those particular areas. Identify, being in the local governance, you'll be able to easily identify where all water logging is there. If it is on the road, you have the rectangular structure. Again, we have failed in the roadside rainwater harvesting structures because another department comes into play. The person who is relaying the load, he covers this and goes. So we have failed slightly in that. Wherever possible, we have rejuvenated it. Circular rainwater harvesting structures are within campuses. It can be maintained. And dual purpose, you can also pump out water if you are necessary. Rooftop rainwater harvesting. This is again a very, very important. You come to Sirturi office, we are serving water only harvested from our rooftop. We had a very simple filter arrangement and a sump over there. From there, we pump it back and we use it. This is again, I told you, around 650 mm of rainfall, 65,000 liters can be taken. See the impact of roadside rainwater harvesting structures. Within 1 hour, so much of water has gone into the aquifer. And during the rain, just imagine how much more water would have gone inside. That is one thing. The second, again, one more, this is again there. Within 12 minutes, you find all the water going into it. This is the recently installed rainwater harvesting structures. Only thing we are not doing is we are not looking for the aquifer and putting it because it is a very difficult thing. You have to do aquifer mapping, then locate and do it. But what we are doing is wherever there is a suitable slope, we do the rainwater harvesting structure just to collect. That's all. Now, documentation. This is something I'm showing you which we were doing. You should try to please do it in Kerala. Any district, you should do this particular documentation. Where are the lakes? Where are the ponds, your water bodies? In this particular documentation, the application is down. Otherwise, I could have opened and shown it to you. You click on any of those, these balloons are nothing but your village ponds. These, you can see Coimbatore city, so many lakes are there. We have 8 huge lakes within the city, 8 to the east of the city, 8 to the west of the city. So you can see all those lakes and things. The city is in the middle, you can see lakes here and there. Anybody visiting your Adiyogi statue also, from there you can see Ukulam lake. Huge lake is there. Then now what you have done is, we have shown the river tributaries also. This is again one more thing which can be studied. This can be taken from Bhuvan. ISRO website is there, Bhuvan is there, you can take it from there. For every district, please do this. You will know what are all the water bodies over there, in that you'll get the water bodies. You superimpose your physical position also. Finally, I've added the rainwater harvesting structure. Can any region be more spongy than this? About 750 rainwater harvesting structures within Coimbatore. It's a huge effort that has been done there. We have revived lakes, ponds, created new ponds, installed more than 750 rainwater harvesting structures. In fact, I thought I should stop with this, but I thought I should add the green aspect. Unfortunately, everybody was talking about blue and green. We do a lot of work in green. This is the milestones which we have reached. So from brown to green, from parched land to convert it into green. Dr. APJ was our mentor. He was the one who called up our managing trustee and said, "Ni poi kunjam," all of you will understand time. "Ni poi maram naduma." First, "Ni veru thanni mattum paathu paru, maram vedum." That gentleman was so good enough. And he came and he started or inaugurated our greening activity. And the tree which he planted is right now in the VOC park over there. It has grown into big. All our Sirtuli function, awareness functions, we start there, and the school children, they are there. Mostly we follow Miyawaki, creating urban forests, very clear. Miyawaki, you go to the actual one, it is a bit complicated. You have to remove the entire earth, put some, but we are doing it in our own style. Simply dig the pits, put it, and then put some manure and keep going. Encouraging. We take up the work for afforestation. Fencing and water supply are mandatory. These two are, unless it is there, we don't do it. That is there. Similarly, it is fully drip irrigated for 2 to 3 years. 3 years we maintain it and ultimately create forests. It is not just planting and coming out. So whenever you have any green intervention, please see that you are taking care of it at least for 2 years. Otherwise, it's not going to be worth it. See, after 18 months, you can see the growth. Huge carbon sinks. Your carbon dioxide will be sucked in like that, straight away. We use a lot of school children. This is again awareness combined with action. These are there. This is CRPF camp. You can see how it is land preparation for planting. Planting, then within 1 year, it is so much, and within March to June, within 1 year, the building is not visible now. Single point photography, the building is gone. This is the growth. This is being done in the CRPF camp, utilizing their treated sewage water. So growth is very good. Extraordinary growth. Similarly, Bharathivanam in Bharathiar University, again encouraging students to come do, but we follow it up. Though the students are there, we follow it up, we maintain it properly. We are facing a lot of jumbo problem here. They come and destroy all their infrastructure and get away. Last week also we had to spend quite a lot of money. All these things have to be put into place. This is for your famous singer SPB. We created a Vanam. So these are occasions, ideas of getting into afforestation. Some reason you got to put some plants over there. For SPB, for Ilayaraja I am putting so much, for so and so I am putting so much, for so and so I am putting so much. You keep on adding this thing. We are a social organization, so we do have to keep in touch with everybody. See, it is in that particular thing, very good growth out there. And we have this particular group, we have very good beneficiary group living around there, people there. They come and take care of these plants. You have to create a beneficiary group for any project, let it be water body or this. Without beneficiary group, we don't intervene anywhere. Only if they need it, you do it. Otherwise, you don't do it. What's the point in doing? So here again, about more than 7 lakh trees have been planted. just not planted, maintained and grown. That is again a very important statement. That we are talking about biodiversity. Bees, 3 bees are there. Bees, butterflies and birds. They have to come back. Your city becomes great. So that is one thing. Now, creating sponge cities, I have told you, you have to document all the water bodies, geographical, social, as well as hydrological. Hydrological in the sense, what is the size of the water body, what is the depth, what is the capacity, how many outlets are there, hydrological particulars. Then document all the possible RWH locations, make sure you're taking everything. Prepare the proposals, keep the proposals ready. Don't wait for some donor to come. Keep on preparing proposals, single window permission from government. See, why not many NGOs are successful in water bodies is because you have to get PWD permission, you have to get government permission, everything is there. Fortunately, Sirutuli is being given permission for all these things. We've been working and we have to do as per their guidelines. Identify vacant spaces, encourage afforestation. Coimbatore Corporation recently, they have said they've got hundreds of reserved sites in layouts. So we have started already doing in a couple of them. We've been offered 100 sites for Sirutuli alone. As and when we get the funding, we'll be doing it. Again, another very good exercises. Funding is very important. Funding from the government, from Amrut and all these things. CSR funding is again one more important thing, which you, once the project is ready and your implementation agency is ready, can you get some water, please? And the thing, that is one thing. Create a hub at your district level. Thank you. See, once your project is ready, put the details on the hub. So and so is the beneficiary. What will be the impact of the thing? Keep putting it over there. I promise you, the corporate companies will come and simply pick it up for their CSR activities. Government funding is there. That is also there. To augment that, you can have the CSR funding also. So Sirutuli always believes in working together to make the world a better place to live in. After I finish, probably you can have another questions. Thank you. And I've forgotten one point. Coimbatore as such, there is about 3,000 to 4,000 acres of urban agriculture happening. Please, again, please document the area of agriculture within the city and try to encourage them to continue with it. See, this from Peri, one of the columns, the irrigation was there. They blocked everything, only sewage is coming through that to the fields now. So again, to create more sponge cities, retain the agriculture, whatever is existent over there. Thank you.
Now we have the next speaker, Nisha.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nisha, and it's a pleasure to be here amongst you in this national workshop on urban reforms. So I represent an NGO called the Nature Conservancy. About an organization in brief, it is founded about 70 years back, and it is one of the largest organizations. We operated in about nearly 80 countries across the world, and we focus on environmental conservation. We started our operations in India in 2015. So we work across various thematic areas. We work on freshwater ecosystems, land, crop residue management, climate change and renewable energy, and also urban ecology conservation. And I work under the urban ecology conservation and hence making this presentation for Sponge City. Yeah. Dr. Ajit has explained greatly about the Sponge City concept, so I'm not going over it in detail. But I'd like to highlight the 6 measures that we adopt for a sponge city concept, which we are adopting in our projects. So we are conserving water, and the approach is we would like to infiltrate water, retention, ensure maximum retention, storage, increased purification, utilization, and discharge. So these are the technical measures we would like to do in our projects. So when most of us spoke about the policy, regulations, and all of these things, there is a widening gap in field studies as well. And Mr. Krishnasamy provided great examples and case studies from the past. So this is also one of the field studies that we will be showing to you. This is another project in Chennai. This is about restoring an urban wetland and how it was in the past and what are the interventions that we undertook. Due to rapid urbanization, the Sembakam Lake got encroached, and its utilization, its usage was converted to a sewage disposal and solid waste disposal site. Mostly the lake started receiving sewage and its water quality deteriorated to a maximum, and it wasn't supporting biodiversity the way it should actually be. So this is our conservation effort that I'll be presenting. The Sembakam Lake that we are working on is about 100 acre in extent, and its storage capacity is 10 million cubic feet. It is also connected to Pallikarnai marshland, which is recently identified as a Ramsar state in Tamil Nadu. It is surrounded by close to 1 lakh households, more than 10,000 in the near vicinity, and it provides excellent biodiversity habitats. It supports near threatened bird species such as spot-billed pelicans, painted stork, etc. And it's got a great involvement from the community. The urban community who are well informed about the uses of wetland, natural spaces. So any intervention with them is like, it is not more of a campaign, but to involve community and take the project along with them. So the project goals that we aimed as, which is related to the Sponge City concept, and also the Amrit mission, which talks about water supply, sewerage and septage management, stormwater drainage. So all of these goals we are combining as our project goals, which is like improvement of water storage and groundwater recharge, improvement of water quality in the polluted lake, and improvement of biodiversity habitat, and also creating recreational space for the community. And we are doing it with the monitoring efforts throughout the project. We started with pre-monitoring, and during the project and after project also we will be carrying out the post-project monitoring. And from our learning, we will also develop a best practice guidelines that can be disseminated for other affected lakes which are undergoing restoration. So this is a picture. This is a picture of the lake. Taking a closer look, it is receiving sewage from the households. The invasive species are proliferated across the lake, definitely in the periphery, and inside the lake it is all the invasive species floating, that is the water hyacinth, and there is solid waste that is strewn across the lake and which is also buried in the lake, as it is a legacy waste that is coming from past 30 years. And the wastewater that is coming in the lake is about 8 million liters per day. So the conventional method for lake restoration has been structurally restoring it. People used to desilt it, create embankments, you construct flood regulator, all of this stuff. And wastewater is usually diverted from one place to the other place. Sometimes it is just diverted, the problem is transferred, and in few places it is being treated but not recycled in most of the places. Here what we tend to do is, like, this is also a pilot project where we want to use nature-based solutions to treat the incoming wastewater that is entering the lake. So besides doing the structural restoration such as desilting, strengthening embankments, constructing flood regulator, all of those things, here we are adopting a constructed wetland system, which is a nature-based solution in itself for the treatment of wastewater. Why this is also important, because the capacity of the lake is about 3 million liters. And if considering the evaporation loss at the lake, which is about 4 million liters every day, evaporation loss clubbed with the recharging loss that is penetrating in the ground. The loss is 4 million liters, and thereby, if there is no wastewater that is coming into the lake will be dry in 3 months, because we don't get a regular, we are dependent on rainwater, and if there's a rainfall deficit, the lake will be dry in just 3 months. So what we are doing is, whatever grey water is coming into the lake, we are treating it using the constructed wetlands. Thankfully, most of the sewage that is coming from the neighborhood areas is contained in the septic tanks in the neighborhoods, and it is mostly the grey water. So the grey water can be easily treated in a constructed wetland system. So that is how we have designed. The constructed wetland system is a natural approach to treat wastewater in an eco-friendly and a cost-effective manner. It involves no skilled labor or no chemical dosage. And ultimately, we are planning to bring the lake water quality to Category D of the Central Pollution Control Board Surface Water Quality Standards, which is meant for propagating wildlife and fisheries. So this is a treatment system that we are adopting. We are having a screen chamber, and now we are in the process of, this is an ongoing project, this is work under progress, and now we are in the process of creating sedimentation basins. Then once the water falls into the sedimentation basins, we will be having this constructed wetland reed bed system. After polishing, it will finally enter the lake as a cleaned water. So this is the basic plan that we are having. These are the portions from which water will be entering the lake. It goes into the sedimentation basin, aerated lagoon, where wastewater will be aerated to improve the dissolved oxygen content of the water, or to bring down the biological oxygen demand of the water, and then it goes through the reed bed for treatment. The plants will absorb the nutrients from the water, and the preceding sedimentation basins and aerated lagoon will bring down the floating and the dissolved suspended, the suspended solids. So I'm just showing the area where the constructed wetland is going to come. This is a land area that is available in the periphery of the lake, and this is how we plan to make the constructed wetland in the periphery. So this is how it is going to look after our project is implemented. This is the cost comparison of the constructed wetland, that is the nature-based solution, in comparison with the grey infrastructure. Talking about the installation cost, the natural system that we are adopting here, in combination with the mechanized aerator, is costing about 2/3 of the installation cost and nearly 1/3 of the operational cost compared to the conventional grey systems. Here in our approach, we are combining the nature-based solution, the aerated lagoon, with the mechanized solution also, because if we have to only adopt the nature-based system, the area required for this plantation is about 20 acres. Whereas the extent of the lake itself is 100 acres. So in order to reduce the area from 20 acres to whatever is available at the lake, which is about 6 acres, we are combining a aerated mechanism, thereby reducing the area requirement also. So hence this is a hybrid system that combines both nature and mechanized systems together. But if there is land available, definitely we can use a full-fledged nature-based system. Some of the project outcomes from what we are doing at Sembakam Lake is that we have currently increased the water storage capacity by 36%, which is equivalent to the amount of silt we have removed from the lake, which is about 1 lakh cubic meter. And this is contributing to increase in groundwater recharge by about 50,000 cubic meter per year. And the other outcome is we are demonstrating a decentralized nature-based solutions for treating wastewater in a neighborhood level, and also improvement in water quality to wildlife and fisheries propagation standard, which is not currently the status. And we are also building community connectivity through our project. Before we entered the project was, the site was non-approachable for anyone. It is used to be bushy, covered with invasive species and all of this stuff, and with solid waste. But now after we took up the project, we cleaned it, we removed all the waste and the invasive species, thorny bushes, created a pathway so that the community can at least access the lake now. So this is going to be a nice community recreational spot, which already people started appreciating, and it is going to enhance the biodiversity habitat. Some of the pictures of the projects that we are doing now, it involves a community survey, a geotechnical survey to understand the geological condition of the lake that we are working on. Like I said, the community that we are working with is a very highly informed community. They have a lot of information and knowledge about the lake. But sometimes even they ask, when you are deepening the lake, why don't you go beyond certain depth? You're just digging for about 1.5 meters. Why don't you go below 3 meters or 4 meters and create it like a reservoir in an urban space where we need to increase the water storage capacity? But here the fact is that when we conducted this geotechnical survey, we got to know that beyond 2 meters at the lake, there is a fractured zone. So once we start digging, hitting that fractured zone, water is not going to stay there. So we have to leave at least half a meter of clay above the fractured zone so that the water also stays there and slowly recharges the groundwater also. So, and these are some of the photos where we cleared the incoming inlets that is entering the lake. As Sir Krishnasamy sir said, the inlet channels are very important for a lake to be live and thriving. This is a picture of the flood regulator zone that we conducted. This is one flood mitigation benefit that is coming out of a project. Before the construction of flood regulator, the water used to overflow from all sides, or wherever the bund is breached, it used to overflow from all sides. But once you construct flood regulators like this, the water flow during flood is channelized, and the flooding and inundation in the neighboring areas are minimized. These are the photographs of the removal of invasive species, the one that I said, which is inside the lake. The photo on the left shows water hyacinth that was spread across the lake, and on the right side, it is the terrestrial invasive species that we are removing. It's a photograph showing dredging or desilting of the lake. These are strengthened embankments. Yeah. So now we all know the causes of depletion of natural resources is urban expansion and the anthropogenic causes. And this is the picture of Chennai CMDA area, where on the top you can see the map which shows the increase of red color, which is the urbanization. And just below you can see how the green spaces have reduced from left to right in Chennai. So how to conserve this? Of course, we wanted to work on a pilot project showing on-ground results that can inform policies and help practitioners adopt similar measures. But what if we want to go in a big way? What needs to change? So we wanted to go big. We just don't want to stop demonstrating with one or few lakes, but we wanted to work across the city, and we also wanted to start early so that we get benefits from site-based to a landscape scale benefits, and the impacts are going to be cumulative. So currently we are developing a green print. Green print is a conservation map for the city which helps to identify high conservation areas. So these can be used to inform the master planning developing process, and that can also help in implementation. So this is what currently we are working on. This is one example, since TNC is working across the globe. This was one example from the Cape Town city, which was running into the day, 0 day in 2018 or so. So one intervention that we planned was to remove the invasive alien species in the catchment area. The Green Print project, we identified a watershed area, and just by removing the invasive alien species, what will be the groundwater that is saved? So this has also created green job opportunities to the people. And the predictions showed that the initial cost for the removal of invasive species was high, but it went down after 10 years, whereas the water yield was like about 56 billion liters of water per year saved, and that is for the first 5 years. 56 billion of water was saved, and 100 billion liters of water is saved in the next 30 years. And the job opportunities created with this project was about 350, and this is just at the cost of 1/10 compared to the grey infrastructure interventions for water savings. And this is another example that we are doing in Santa Clara. Here, with inputs from planners and scientists and the members of the community, the authority prepared an integrated green print. So it accounts biodiversity. It gives weightage for parameters like biodiversity, water resources, agriculture, recreation, and after giving proper weightages, we classify the area as high conservation area and probably area of low conservation values and something, and based on which our development plans can be prepared. Using a similar approach, we are also now preparing a green print for Chennai. Like we know, we have seen examples from China how they are making sponge city concept now. They are doing sponge city concept now because they have now realized their mistake which they did like before 30 years or 40 years, and now we are at a stage. If we were to progress the way in the business as usual scenario, how China or any other country has urbanized rampantly, we will also be in a situation like where China is now, and we will have to retrofit the sponge cities concept into an already urbanized space, and we will have to incur new cost. But before a national policy document says that India's infrastructure, 70% of infrastructure is yet to be built. So while we start this, we still have 70% to be built, and if we are able to integrate natural infrastructure right now, probably we can alleviate the problems that were faced by China in the past and for which they are mitigating now. And this is one project that aims that. What we are doing is we are creating, using urban computation models, we are creating scenarios like if we are progressing or urbanizing the way in which urbanization has happened in the past and in the business as usual scenario, what will be the vulnerable areas of natural resources that will be lost. And by identifying the vulnerable areas, we want to give them recommendations on how it can be protected, and alternate construction practices that can be adopted by government to protect the natural resources. So that is what we are planning from a green print proposal for Chennai. Thank you.
Oh, no. See, we can conclude within a couple of minutes, maybe within 5 to 10 minutes. See, we have a wonderful 3 speeches and presentation, and Mr. Ajit is on how this is conceived and what are the technologies and techniques that can be bring in this spatial planning so as to control this urban flooding. And the second and third is from the practitioners, especially the NGOs, from Coimbator's experience and Madras experience. They have shared something, some valuable information that is especially regarding what is the advantage of having this sponge city in raising the water level, especially the surface water level and the groundwater level. So, some doubts I have from my side. See, in Kerala, we are experiencing a devastating flood in the last 2 to 3 years, due to climate change. See, we have 6 cities, and out of this, to my understanding, 3 cities are experiencing this devastating flood, especially Trivandrum, Kochi, and Kozhikode. And Kozhikode has a master plan in 2017, and Trivandrum, which is on preparation stage only, in the draft stage only, and Kochi have also. How this concept of Sponge city can be incorporated? As far as Trivandrum is concerned, to 14 kilometers area, and in the draft we have 3% of the area, land area is conserved area, and 6% is around paddy or wetland, and 1.8% is the water bodies. Of course, in Kochi and Kozhikode, they have master plan. So how this techniques can be incorporated in the master plan, which is already published? To Ajit Kali sir.
So thanks Binu for that question. The one clarity I think we need is cities are not only for creating wealth. So appropriating the city environment by having more and more built environment is not what is required. So Mr. PP Singh is here. He would say Gurgaon has got about 49% of its land under housing, and many houses are lying vacant. It's a prosperous city, but you creating an environment where a lot of infrastructure, which is for housing, which is for industry, commercial activities, one way we were approaching our urbanization earlier. Now this call coming from different types of risks, which is also flood and other conditions, has compelled us to relook at the conditions in which planning has to. So obviously the procedural requirements related to reworking the master plan is something the LSGD planning has to kind of look and respond to that. But what I understand is that whenever we are compelled, we are seized with a situation that we have to kind of prioritize or reprioritize such requirements, because there are challenges coming from health, there are challenges coming from mental health, lack of access to green and blue opportunities create a lot of stress, and especially in a rapidly urbanizing society, people are alienated from themselves, people are alienated from nature, those challenges. So we need to kind of prioritize certain new set of issues, which is what both the co-speakers were also talking in different ways, that how do we bring greater value for ecological elements, ecological assets, and how do we use that in our planning propositions. So Thiruvananthapuram, since its master plan is currently under preparation, there are multiple reasons why we need to. The other day we also discussed the idea of peace, which is also interlinked to that, because unless and until we are able to, so I use that idea of equitable resilience to kind of bring this discussion also. Unless and until we are able to create a relevant opportunity for all sections, because the people who are from the marginalized and informal housed society sections will also require different kind of opportunities. Opportunity to come together, opportunity to access different facilities, especially nature, which normally is easily available for people who are rich and influential. So a society which creates a range of opportunity for all sections of the society naturally becomes more resilient. So bringing that into the master planning process need to be, and that's why we have now have this new guidelines for risk informed. So obviously we try to give more focus for the environmental issues, but also the social resilience is part of that process. So having adequate share and proportion and ratio of ecological elements and assets in a rapidly urbanizing society and its cities is an imperative now, without which we can't have quality life. We can't ensure that even if you have provided all requirements, people will remain healthy and also well engaged. So it's important to bring that into perspective, and obviously the practical aspect of can we relook at some of the published master plan is something which I will be ill-equipped to answer, and probably will have to request the colleagues from LSCD planning to respond.
I have really happy to see very good action happening, groundwork happening and in conservation. One question is, how did you tackle the encroachments into the lakes? Because what we see in Trivandrum and Kochi is, and most of the urban areas, is encroachment by very powerful people. So how did you tackle it?
See, we are an NGO, we are not an activist. So there's a difference between being an activist and being an NGO, okay? So we're very clear, we don't rub anybody on the wrong side. So when we go for a water body, we take the FMB sketch. As per government records, what should have been there? Then we catch hold of the local population, I told you the beneficiaries, we ask them to mark the existing boundaries. Number 2. Then the encroachment concept goes out. What is available is retrofitted. And whatever encroachments we have seen in Coimbatore, especially in the village ponds, everything is encroached by the government. The Panchayat Union office is built there. The cremation ground is there. So this is not, whether you call this powerful people or more powerful people, it depends there. So encroachment part of it, it's a very dicey problem. And of course, for the smart cities, lot of hutments were there, encroached. So everybody was given alternative accommodation by the slum clearance board. And then the government has taken over the land, fenced it, and they are doing the smart city work. That is lakeside development. It is happening right now. So encroachments, never touch it. As far as an NGO, we'll never touch it. Thank you. From your experience?
Sir.
Yeah, from our side also, we cannot focus on evicting encroachments, though we face a lot of pressure and opposition from the encroachments when we do this such restoration activities. For them, it is like their houses are going to go, and they come up with complaints and stuff like that to stop our works. But again, we are again handling this through the community who are in support with us. Like Sir said, we are using the FMB maps and to tell the community and use them itself to handle such encroachment eviction issues. It is an ongoing challenge and we are dealing with it. Thanks.
So one question. One
of the challenge, of course, we are also experiencing from my perspective. There are two issues especially. One is there are multiple agencies. As per the Kerala Municipalities Act, Section 217, this land belongs to municipality or corporation. Then one thing. The second thing is we have Land Conservancy Act 1957. As per this act, the ownership vests with the revenue. Again, there is another act which provides some rights to the irrigation department. We have this minor and major irrigation. So there evolves 3 ownership and 3 custodians. This is the one problem. Recently, this issue has been discussed in this year's level. Give a clear direction. It is the duty of the irrigation department to see that there shall not be any encroachment, for which the government has given a direction to the revenue department to conduct survey across all rivers and find whether any encroachment is there. Then it is the duty of the irrigation department with the help of the local bodies to evict them. This is the present legal position we have.
Hello. Sir, urban flooding is a common issue and it's frequently what we are facing. As pointed out by the moderator, Kochi, Trivandrum and Kozhikode, and especially Kochi is facing bitter experiences. So one point I want to just highlight is the sea level, rising sea level and the urban flooding. How can we tackle the issue?
I have to say there is no straightforward answer. First of all, it's all that we were trying to do is to understand the geographical context and bring wherever there is a possibility to use bigger infrastructure intervention, do that, or design. So there are some evidences, a much more qualified person is Rajesh is sitting here. When they did the risk info master plan guideline, there were experiences coming from Boston, where they use this climate resilient design. So wherever required to absorb floodwater or excess water coming into the city and its systems, how do you use the design element, design approach to ensure the water is collected appropriately and channelized elsewhere. And what we try to do today is also to bring this into a context of our infrastructure. I mean, few years back, and almost 10 years back, the Municipal Corporation of Hyderabad was asked to kind of dig, because a lot of area within the city has got concretized. Water cannot go anywhere. So, the court intervenes and says, now you start digging and you have to create enough space for water to go. So cities like Cochin, when we know its geographical context, it's quite close to, and we also know Kochi is actually, without our knowledge, it's moving inward. The more and more development is now coming towards the Kochi-Thrissur area. While the development is towards north, while the development is away from the coast, we also need to kind of look at new possibilities. There are global cities which are which have decommissioned the entire city capital and moved to other interior parts. There are evidences from Indonesia, where the capital is moving to the Borneo forest area. Evidences from Tanzania, where Dodoma has been, an inward location has been made the capital. So capitals could do that. So Kochi could at least decommission some of the areas which are now going to be taken over by the rising sea level, or create new problems. So we will have to identify appropriate measures, but what should guide us is the geographical reality, how geographically well positioned or unsafe we are, and how do we use that knowledge to improve our planning process.
If you see the Survey of India maps, are older maps, the Western Ghats, most of the rivers flow to the Kerala side. Very few rivers come on the Tamil Nadu side. And like during the Chola dynasty and old planning was done in such a way, you can see on the Tamil Nadu side there is a lot of lakes actually. A lot of lakes, and through the lakes there's a lot of irrigation and agriculture was supported. That's one typical example Mr. Krishnaswamy has explained. But if you take the Kerala side, we have a perennial river fluvial flooding and also the coastal flooding with respect to the high tide line. We have a very good system of canal system it was not only for navigation, it was for the absorbing the fluvial and also the tidal effects. And all these canals were flushing out all the waste and all debris, whatever the water is excess that is coming, it used to take it as a sponge and then do that development. Veli Kayal, actually Veli Lake was one of the sponge lake which takes all the water and flushes the canal during the high tide and low tide line. If you see in Kochi, the Southern Ayyappan Road, if you go on both sides, after some time there's a big large water body. It's all silted. Even the Kochi, in the case of Kochi and in the case of Trivandrum, both are silted. So what is happening, the quantum of the 0.3 to 0.5 meter rise during the high tide and low tide, that amount of water that comes into the lake and then flushes out to the canals is not happening now. So the debris getting accumulated, we are facing again and again the problem. So basically, we have to desilt these projects, project-wise we have to take up whatever the lakes are there, that has to be desilted, and then we have to do some projects, especially on these areas. When we have done the pilot master plan study for Chenganur, we have found that the 2018 floods in Pathanamthitta district, most of the flooding area has happened on the reclaimed paddy and wetlands. And the houses built had affected more, because they were all acting as sponge areas during the floods. And one major, and the streams leading towards these areas also got blocked. So we have listed some of the projects with respect on the priority action plans. It has to come up. People have to take local body, their beneficiaries have to come up and then take up these projects. Now, while doing this, Alappuzha, we are already in the process of making this. There's a lot of missing canals actually. Around 30 to 40% of the canals have been blocked. And when we have been looking in the old Survey of India maps to see what are the main canals that is instead of ponds and lakes that is being a sponge, in Alappuzha it was a stream of canals that has been acting as a sponge. So everywhere it is unique actually, and then to receive that water during the flood, in addition, I'm not talking about the storm burst, cloud burst, basically the other fluvial floods can accommodate most of the flood waters and plan so that we can do it in a better way.
So we have a typical problem in Coimbatore. See, the lake system as such, it is not meant to be filled throughout the year. When it rains, the water comes from the river system, comes and gets accumulated in the lake. It is given for irrigation, percolation is there, as well as evaporation is there. Three things happen. Now what happened, unfortunately, so normally what happens, the water comes, gets dried up, then the farmers are allowed to take the silt from there. When they were using only manual removal and by cart only they used to take it. So reasonable amount of silt used to be taken out, and that used to be, so next time when the rain comes, the surface is porous and you get more percolation. Now what has happened is, everywhere water is standing with sewage. There is a thick formation of plastics and everything over there. There is zero percolation. And one way you are fortunate that just because it is not percolating, it is not spoiling the groundwater aquifers. So Coimbatore, if I try to desilt any one of the lakes within the city, that entire area, the borewells cannot be used, very clear. So we don't know which to do first now. So unless they have a proper sewage management system, it is going to be very difficult to handle these lakes and use them for the actual purpose they are. Some of the lakes, they don't have any ayakat area. Ayakat in the sense, your irrigation area for agriculture. Everything is gone. So that is the current condition there. That cycle is not happening. I spoke to the district collector a few days back. I told him, so this is what is supposed to happen, but it is not happening because you are letting sewage into it. You remove the sewage, that old cycle will come. And nowadays, if you allow them for desiltation, instead of using manual thing, they are using the mechanical methods. She was mentioning, why can't you desilt for 3 meters, 4 meters? People are greedy. They want more silt out of it. They will take it and put it into their farm. And they use it for filling in construction activities. All these things will happen. So again, all these things have to be balanced one another. Thank you. Your mic is not working, madam.
That is why we preserved, or in each and every master plan, we are demarcating this paddy land, low-lying land, everything to be preserved. But what happens is, for us, this is a sponge, but for the real owners, it is their bread and butter. So what happens? They will try to make use of this land for their own earnings, their own economy kind of things. So it is high time to think of the sponge TDR rather than thinking out other kind of TDR for Kerala is concerned. Considering the real value of this paddy land, though it belongs to the personal and private land owners, we have to think about this kind of TDR so that the entire community is benefited. Once it is, all the sponges are reclaimed, and then we search for this new concepts and this terrace kind of gardening. These are all small scale kind of things. But instead, the natural wealth we are having, the sponges we are having, we have to preserve at any cost. That is what I want to say, sir.
That is what I was mentioning, that The agriculture within corporation areas, don't kill it. Give some incentive for those people, make them continue agriculture within the thing. You come to Coimbatore, heart of the city, you can find coconut farms. They can show you. Minimum around 4,000 to 5,000 acres within the corporation limits are still under agriculture. I myself am practicing agriculture. About 8 acres I do. We don't want to sell it. The collector was asking, how come this just to the south of the city is about 800, 900 acres. Collector was asking me, how come you people are still doing agriculture? What makes you do agriculture? We don't want to sell it because high value items, with that money you are not going to do anything. This is much better pleasure. So if you are encouraged, people will definitely continue with agriculture and your problem will be solved. Thank you.
I am Sundar Rajan. Actually, a lot of learning from here and a lot of good work has been done. But for us, the best learning would be your, the challenges you face, the difficulties in implementation, the issues, the crisis management. All those things are our lessons. We will be best informed if you can share some of the experience, which will be useful to our practices in implementation.
That's a big story. It will take a lot of time. But generally, as I told you, getting the beneficiary connect is one particular thing.
Right.
If you desilt one tank and come out and nobody is going to look after it, next day you will find sewage coming into it, misuse will be there.
Okay.
It will literally become a bar. People will misuse for any reason for that. Open defecation is there, bootlegging is there, everything happens within the pond only, village ponds or anything. One. Second one is, I told you, the illegal occupation or encroachment point of view. That mostly government has done, so we don't have to worry about it. Second. And third point is, you're asking something else. The permissions, getting permission for doing it, and the money involved is very high for desilting. So unless you get financial support, fortunately, Sirtuli has a very good branding. We have a lot of CSR companies coming and giving us money. Rather than we going and asking them money, the CSR companies, they come and ask us what projects you have. So we have a palette of projects. So I've been telling you, try to prepare your project proposal much earlier. When they come, we will say, sir, this lake is 5 lakhs, this is 15 lakhs, this is 20 lakhs, which one you want to, based on their budget, they will pick it up. That's all. So the challenges is getting money, permissions, and the local support. And government support. The district administration has helped us enormously throughout our journey, right from the beginning till the last.
And awareness?
Pardon?
How do you do the awareness? How?
Awareness is once you start the project work, that's why I told you, I showed you one slide where thousands of people from Coimbatore are working every week. So now they know that this is a lake and somebody tries to hand it over for some other thing, everybody will start fighting for it.
Okay.
That awareness has always been created. We don't do just desilting, certain village ponds, we do the afforestation also along with it. Nearby, whatever land which is outside the bund also we do it, and on the bund also we do afforestation.
No, my question is not that. How come those with so many people coming here, willingly coming there? So what you made?
What you
did to make them come?
No, just calling them,
and work for you.
Just calling them in public channels through newspapers and everything, saying that they call Shramdan. You come and do it, please get yourself involved. And everybody gets that ownership, they want to come and work.
Okay.
That is how. It depends on who is calling, why they are calling, and where they are calling. If you call them properly, communities will participate. Gives them an ownership. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also like to add one challenge. I mean, we are facing many challenges, but one thing that I'd like to highlight is there's a lot of wastewater that is coming into the lake every day. And people are living with it. They say, you please restore, you please clean up the lake, and because the groundwater is getting polluted. And now we are coming up with some solutions which can be implemented on ground using a nature-based solutions. But when we come up with a treatment system, people still say, no, we don't want a treatment system next to our house. They're telling the wastewater is not just coming from here, it is coming from upstream, from about 8 lakes or so, covering the entire 8 neighborhoods. It's coming here, and you're doing, all we are doing is just planting some reeds, plants and things, so that the water is purified. But none of them wants to accept, because it is a wastewater treatment system, we are facing a severe opposition for this. But however, we're still working with few people who are able to understand things and elected representatives who are able to talk on our behalf, and also with the government to deal with such situations. Though they are well learned, but sometimes they are taking the other stance, telling, no, it is a typical NIMBY syndrome, not in my backyard syndrome, when they want to have treatment systems like this. So that's one from my side. Thanks.
I had a question. So, very good presentation and some very important points that you have highlighted. I have a concern and a question. The concern is that we still are discussing with NGOs and institutions, whereas by now we should have had development authorities talking about this. So that's a concern. That's a very valid concern. So the question of encroachment, the fact of TDR and other planning issues that need to be addressed at the planning stage are not happening. So how do we encourage? Which are the stages where blue and green infrastructure should plug in? Because this is a very sensitive issue. Most master plans would fall if we actually overlay the green and blue infrastructure on the master plan, which is why we are not talking about it. Most master plans are designed where encroachment is legalized. So residential land use is planned on environmentally sensitive land areas. Is there a way in which we can look at the master plans, prioritize green and blue infrastructure, use TDR and other mechanisms to maybe encourage preserving and making these, instead of being afterthoughts? I mean, we are talking about projects which are afterthoughts. The master plans have created a mess, and then now we are trying to fix it. Is there a way in which we can use this whole urban reforms mission to make a provision in the master plan itself, or a local plan or something? Do you have any ideas on that? Because for me, it's completely a question. I don't have an answer to this.
Yeah, Adarsh, I just want to bring your attention back to what we are currently seized with, the risk-informed master plans. If you ask me originally, master plans had to be prepared by estimation of risk. That's not the reason to call them or naming them as risk-informed master plan. The multiple risks which normally didn't really get addressed through the master planning process contributed to all these challenges, like you went through all difficulties due to excess flood water, compelled us to relook at the way we organize, spatially organize people, activities, and what connects them, whether it is your mobility infrastructure, whether it is the kind of public spaces and all. So reorganizing this all in a smart manner, first of all, sprawled to compact. The eternal wisdom in planning obviously has to be brought back. And secondly, in context where you don't have enough space to address this because you need extra land, you have an option to expand and bring some additional territory, which anyway we are doing. I'm sure you are aware the way the cities like Chennai, and the other day somebody was talking about Hyderabad going to be 13,000 square kilometer area, then their HMD area. We are anyway doing this real estate engagement. I think it will make sense to cover some extra space and also relocate some activities, or at least create such patterns from the very beginning of the planning process. And thirdly, because you have a design background, so I would want to engage on that. It's also a disconnect. So there are three things at three different scales that have to happen. You have to have a policy directive, which is a macro visualization. Then the plan brings a next level of spatial imagination, but you also need to contextualize this through designs. That's what, whether it is TOD or any of these things which are happening. So then the person experience become much more relevant and they are able to kind of respond. You produce something which is huge in space, people are not able to relate and understand. So when we have much more design input into the plan, and in real life, in streets, in communities, in places where daily life happens, I think there will be a willingness to engage and change that. And it's a collaborative work. Society need to be educated what's coming to your doorstep, and the planner have to be creatively ready to kind of produce that solution. I think there are potential opportunities we are trying through the risk-informed master plan, and we should be able to show some evidence in the next couple of years.
My question is that actually Tirunelveli is a city where we had a wetland treatment system 10 years back, And we have converted now to activated sludge process, and we have converted that whole area into different activities. And now we have a centralized treatment system. And for covering the new areas, actually we are planning for the decentralized treatment system. So my question is, how you are thinking that is it practical for a very small congested city like Tirunelveli to have this type of wetland treatment system? In one of the slides it was showing it's a lot of advantages of the wetland system.
I will share some of the values, not the principle behind it. Trivandrum, we have now 16% of the total area is agricultural land. One thing. The second thing is, we have 622 kilometers of this sewerage line and 62,000 connections. Our capacity in Muttatara plant is 107 MLD. On an average of 60 to 70 MLD is it's underutilization. During shower, this rainy season, it is around 80 MLD. This is one thing. The second thing is, recently the corporate has launched a program in collaboration with the Amrit and such other states on program to cover all households and non-households, commercial buildings or such government buildings within a span of 7 years. We have a strategy whereby we are introducing 8 specific region-based this STP in different areas. Since carrying this sewerage from one point to other point by gravitation is not possible. We have more pumping stations. So, not to reduce the same, we located 8 stations. One thing. The second thing is, we have NGT cases, especially the Karamana river is one of the polluted river, and 13 wards are covered in the banks of that river. We have a proposal of 1,500 crore, but this is very capex and it is not in a position to meet the same. Now we have again decentralized the same to have some sewerage line sinking that's on the river, thereby we can reduce to 350 crore. This is a present proposal. One thing. To your queries, a small town like Trivandrum, this is not possible to have this kind of traditional method of sewerage facility. We have a traditional method of sewerage facility at Muttatara, but now it is fully developed by the government agencies. So we have a scientific disposal system. This is the only solution we have. So I think we can wind up now. See, the aim of this section is to bringing some new concept to the town planning schemes in Kerala, especially to large cities. We have some new words, new concepts like blue or green spaces in the spatial planning, and we have also adopting number of technologies traditionally, like I'm saying that we have this conservation area, paddy or preserving wetland, etc. But we have to coin this to sponge city or sponge concepts. Of course, this concept to one is to prevent urban flooding. The second thing is, as already shared from Coimbatore story and from Madras, Chennai story, to raise the water level, maybe surface water level or groundwater level, so that the greenery is on the higher side. These are two results which we can evolve from Sponge City. Thank you. Thank you for joining this section. To all the
Yeah, it's not that. I mean, everybody was thinking of the possibilities of making our cities a sponge, or about the developments, about the transit development and all, I was thinking how I can make my place more spongy places. Like we already have a very good stretch of wetland called Kotuli wetland, and we have most of the, as you know, like Kochi, we also have, it's a coastal belt. So we have so much of paddy cultivation land, we call Nanja, and it's been converted into building sites and all, as happens in Calicut, and Kochi and all over Kerala. So we do lack more space. That is our problem. It's a thickly populated area. So I was thinking of, when we have some developmental projects coming up, whether private or public, why don't we make a legislation where a percentage of that area, which has been going to be occupied by the developer, a percentage of it should be maintained as Miyawaki forest. So maybe very small patches of greeneries would grow there if it is statutory. That's another thing. Then LLMC that we all have, it is to be very strict, because yesterday Ms. Sharada Muralidharan was mentioning it's a livelihood of one person, but at the same time it's harmful for the whole lot of society, including that person. So that has to be very strict. And promoting agriculture in the remaining sponge area at any cost. We have. Binu knows very well that 18 acres of paddy land, we give subsidies to those people who do the cultivation, and Kudumbashree units will also get involved. But I think more and more money should be given, or not only subsidy, or the subsidy rate should be increased for the farmers so that they will do the cultivation. And at the same time, a subsidy for a person, there are wetlands where no cultivation is possible, and since it is wetland, no developer will come there because of the strict laws. Why not the government give subsidies for maintaining that wetland as it is? Because they can't sell it, and at the same time they cannot cultivate there. Why not we give subsidies for people to keep it in the same state? Because that will become a spongy area forever. So that can be done. And then protecting all ponds and wells, we have in the Amrut project we have, but the area is limited. Whereas all small columns we call it, in Kerala every house is attached to a small pond for their bathing and washing and all. That can be rejuvenated with the help of the people, as well as funds from the, I think, local bodies. That can be encouraged. Then educating people, the most important thing is educating people, and rain harvesting on hilltops. That's what I was planning. While I was sitting here, on hilltops we can do rain harvesting, so that the other area, either the valley or the other side of the hills will be, the wells will be full of good water. And of course, as we all know, STPs, and we are even thinking of FSTPs also, so that, with less money we can solve the problems of more people. And then, yeah, that's the thing that I was thinking all these times while I was attending this. It was a very useful session. In fact, I was wondering whether this technology session would give me any information, because it would be all Greek and Latin to me. But in fact, I profited a lot, though some of the terms were a bit difficult for me to follow, but then I caught up with it. Anyway, thank you very much, all those speakers who done a wonderful session here. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all the speakers and moderator. Now let's disperse for the lunch break. We request all of you to kindly reassemble at the earliest for the next session. Thank you.
Last technical session of the national workshop. The topic of this last session is building rules, reforms and its modern concepts. In my view, building rule is like a horoscope. It determines the cityscape, city skyline, the built home. As we all know, building rule formulation is a technical process. But as a member of the team constituted for the formulation of building rule for the state of Kerala, I can say that there are external pressure from stakeholders like builders, real estate developers, registered licensees, to mold the building rule in their favor. I have no hesitation to say that to some extent they succeed. So in that way, we can say that it is an inclusive building rule, just like inclusive planning. Here in this session, we have two speakers detailing the building rule. One is Sri Ravi Kumar from CITCO, Mumbai, and another is Srimati Archana V.S., Deputy Town Planner from the Town and Country Planning Department. Let us hear from the speakers. Sir, please. Since we are running short of time, I request you to confine the presentations within 15 minutes.
Arun, Good afternoon, everyone. After lunch, maybe this session, I always like this session. I don't know where to start. I've been given 15 minutes for the topic of building bylaws. Let me try to do some justice to this. The human mind is really good. It works 24/7, except when you enter into the examination hall. Just know where to start, I'm just puzzling. Before I start with the presentation, I have something to speak upon. For the past 1.5 days deliberations amongst various speakers and other discussions, we have come to the conclusions that there is no specific or unified approach for developing a city, any city rather. We cannot have the same rule for the city, for every city. It varies, it depends on the geographical location and various other constraints and circumstances. Second thing is FSI is, or it should not be treated as as a commodity for development. It is a controlling tool for development, but that is not the one for generation of revenue. And second part is, okay, with this background, I just would like to start. For development of any area, the two things are very much required. One is the DP, development plan, which actually governs the land use pattern and the phasing of development. These are the major two parts which we usually consider in the development plan. With due rather survey of the existing areas. See, existing land use preparation is very, very important, which many times people do not pay much attention. That actually has a lot of value while making the DP. Especially for the coastal cities like Thiruvananthapuram and several other cities across the coast, including Navi Mumbai. Because they have various constraints like the CRZ, eco-sensitive areas, wetlands, so on and so forth. Yeah, the preparation of development plan is therefore a process. Conventional DP or master plan usually keep reservations for each and every activities which usually the Town Planning Act specifies. Reservations include the schools, open spaces, social facilities, amenities, so on and so forth. And also the land acquisition process. I don't know exactly what actually the provisions in the Town Planning Department, the Town Planning Act of Kerala, whether the public purpose, the lands earmarked or reserved, they are declared as deemed public purpose lands and required to be acquired, or they are only just reservations, who is going to acquire and how to develop, that is kept open. I am not sure. But in case of Maharashtra, the lands reserved for the amenities, facilities, they are deemed public purpose lands. They have to be acquired by the government or the appropriate authority. That is a provision in the MRTP Act, Maharashtra Regional Town Planning Act. Anyway, that apart, framing the development control regulations. These form actually the part and parcel of the development plan. Development plan is the land use plan plus the development control regulations and the modalities of development of those reservations. I just would like to give some picture and a case of Navi Mumbai. We can see the location of Navi Mumbai vis-a-vis Greater Mumbai. It is just across a creek, Thane Creek, on the eastern side of Greater Mumbai. CIDCO is a government company. In fact, it's a 100% owned government company. We have been appointed as the New Town Development Authority for the site of Navi Mumbai. Navi Mumbai is declared as a new town. I'm stressing the word the new town. They have earmarked a site called that time New Bombay, comprising 95 villages from 3 tehsils of 2 districts. Look at the complexity of it. 3 tehsils from 2 districts, 95 villages. And most of the lands are along the creek. You can see the location of it. That was the land that was identified for the new town and given to SIDCO with a seed capital of, you can say, 3.95 crores that time. That was also given on loan to SIDCO. And one advantage of the new town is, it is a deemed public purpose land. The government has to acquire and give it to the development authority for development. That is a major advantage. That is a major advantage and the provision made in the MRTP Act. So SIDCO is blessed rather with a great land bank of 343 square kilometer area. Out of 343, you can look at it, about 20% of lands which are kept as greens. You can see the plan. These greens, these greens mostly comprise the hillocks in the project area, and also the area which are environmentally sensitive with thick vegetation. This was prepared based on the existing land use survey. Next to that, another 10% of land, we have kept it for the no development zone. Please remember, the development plan was prepared in 1979 when the Environmental Protection Act of 1986 was not in place. It was not even enacted. That was a concern, those were the concerns kept in mind while making this DP. So in all, 30% of the lands were kept for the environmental concerns, be it coastal areas, be it the hills and protection of hills and hill slopes. So this 30% lands, keeping 30%, the remaining 70% lands were kept for the development. Out of this 70%, another 10% of lands were kept for 10 to 15% lands were kept for the industrial development. You can see the purple color, the industrial zones. That is actually governed by the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. That's a separate one. So SIDCO is left with, we can say, about 55% of the 55 to 60% of the land for actual development. In this, SIDCO has started the development. In this 60% land, about 80% of land of this 60% is already acquired by the government and vested with SIDCO. This is the reason why I am telling SIDCO is blessed with a huge land bank. This land bank, how to use this land bank judiciously is the concern before SIDCO. To have the land is one, and you keep it to the use is the second part. So from there, the journey of SIDCO has started, or the development of Navi Mumbai has started. Just look at it, we don't have any connectivity between Mumbai and Navi Mumbai that time. The earlier Navi Mumbai was accessible only via Thane to the north, from the northern part. I don't know. From the northern part, can you see this? My arrow. Yeah, from here we used to access Navi Mumbai like this. This bridge was constructed in mid 70s or so. That time Navi Mumbai was accessible for the first time through Vashi. There's a city called Vashi, township called Vashi. Now we have 2-3 other accesses, and we have contemplated Mumbai Thane Creek. This is MTHL. MTHL was contemplated connecting Mumbai and Navi Mumbai, and it will be joining with a third link. So why I am giving this background is, we have broadly divided the township city into 6 to 7 land use zones, I'm stressing the word land use zones. We have not given any specific reservations. And we have framed the general development control regulations. Again, I'm stressing the word general. Here, why did we keep these zones? Because when the city was given to SIDCO for planning, entire area was virgin land. Nothing was there except the 95 villages, the core settlements of those villages. The total population at that point of time was only, we can say, 95,000 only, not even 95,000, less than a lakh. And there are a lot of uncertainties, unforeseen situations and circumstances. We don't know how the development is going to take place, what kind of development that will be contemplated, and we'll have to be flexible enough to develop this area. When, as usually it happens in any statutory plans or provisions, once a plan is prepared, after following due process of law, to make any changes in that plan, again it warrants the gamut of procedures to be followed in accordance with the law. So it is considering the kind of unforeseen circumstances, we need to have a flexibility in the planning and development and permitting the development. Keeping these things in mind, these land use zones and also the general development control regulations for frame. So this has enabled the flexibility in city planning. Then this is up to this we have done the planning part, the development plan preparation we did. Now we need to implement it. So as we said, that's what the general development control regulations, we have framed it. We have made 3 specific provisions of several provisions. I am stressing upon 3 specific provisions. One is action area. Please read the definition. Action area means is the area for which the corporation intends to prepare a detailed layout with special regulations, special control regulations. See here, whenever SIDCO wants to take up any land for development, SIDCO has powers to prepare a detailed layout for it and keep special development control regulations for that particular area. While SIDCO made the general development control regulations, here we have an additional provision where we can have special development control regulations which I can keep while developing that particular piece of land. Second thing is, we have mentioned its action area plan. What is it? It is a plan approved by the corporation, in fact, giving the details of the proposed development in it. What am I going to develop in this particular area, that I can make as an action area plan and I can show it. Means I don't need to show the reservations in the beginning itself at the time of preparation of plan. I can show all of them while preparing the action area with special development control regulations. All these provisions we have embedded in the general development control regulations. This has enabled SIDCO to take up the development in phases as and when it requires, depending upon the demand for the development. As I said, there were so many unforeseen circumstances in the initial 2 decades from 71 to 91. I think Uma is here. She has also witnessed the Navi Mumbai growth. For 2 decades, SIDCO had to struggle to develop the area. Thereafter, after that, we have another provision, the corporation. Corporation, again, it means the managing director of the corporation and an officer authorized by him. Means entire plan preparation part is kept with SIDCO. we don't need to go to government for seeking any further approvals than what actually has been approved for the development plan and the general development control regulations. So this flexibility has enabled SIDCO to take timely decisions at appropriate time, in fact, to speed up the development. The development control regulations, again given very broadly, the type of developments. What are the free of FSI components? We have given this free of FSI components. What is exempted from counting in the FSI? What are the components which can be charged premium? And the provision for TDR. In fact, the provision for TDR we have added subsequently when we have contemplated the airport. Sorry, actually I have not mentioned to you about this particular plan. In this plan, you can see this development plan has been modified 18 times after its initial approval in 1979. In this plan, you can see there are no much, if you look at it, this plan and this plan, you cannot find much difference in it, except a major land use change of the airport location in the center. Otherwise, it is more or less the same thing. You may not find much difference. The differences what we have added are very minor, which are very much needed for development for changes in the development plan. Otherwise, all the modifications made thereafter were very marginal. So, these general development control regulations have enabled SIDCO to define the development pattern and also the type of development and finalize and fix the land uses as and when the demand arises. In fact, many times, even now, we have the option of assigning the land uses to the individual land parcels after making the layout. Initially, we assign the land uses with due process within the SIDCO itself. We'll prepare the layout with all the facilities, amenities. We have established norms and standards which were approved by the government, and some of them, though SIDCO has modified from time to time, and in most of them are towards the stringent side only. We have adopted it and we follow them scrupulously. But what I'm trying to say is SIDCO has a defined policy framework within the organization for planning and development. We don't need to go to the government for each and every change in the norms and standards and the land use change within the layouts. So, this particular approach has given a great impetus to SIDCO and also the development within Navi Mumbai. We have enabled the provision of several land use changes, especially during IT time, IT regime in early 2000s. There was a lot of other impetus for development of IT sector. Government has come out with several policies and they have permitted mixed uses. And they have declared several, it can be permitted anywhere and any time. And we could implement it very immediately, in fact, without much time lag itself. That has given a great a kind of a special boost to the development in Navi Mumbai, especially Vashi and CBD Belapur. If any of you are aware of the geography of Navi Mumbai, that area has developed with IT industries. In fact, the railway stations with the commercial complexes, we have converted them into the IT parks. So all these things we could do because of that flexibility which we have been mentioning it. So why am I telling all these things? The reason is the development plan preparation, what to keep, what not to keep, to what extent we can keep into the development plan, to what extent we can, the local authorities or planning authorities can control, that we need to have a clear objectives. Accordingly, we'll have to make the DP. Development plan preparation, you have the option of making it a zonal plan or detailed micro level planning as well. If you do the detailed micro level planning, you will have lot of constraints in making the changes in the land uses, because you may have to define the land use at a micro level. Maybe at a plot you are identifying for a school, that is constraint. If you want to change it or shift this location based on some other circumstances, you have to make the amendment in the development plan, which will be very long and laborious process. I don't know the provisions in the Town Planning Act of Kerala, but that is actually the process in the Maharashtra Town Planning Act, which is very laborious, which by the time we get approval, the very purpose will be vitiated. Okay. So this flexibility should be kept in mind while making the development plan. To what extent? In fact, yesterday Bindu was presenting the DP of Ahmedabad, the fringe areas. They have prepared only the road network. They have not given any specific reservations in it. This actually will help whosoever comes forward for development. Only the road networks will be ensured at the time of implementation. Detailed planning will be done through the town planning schemes. Or if you have local area planning, if you have a provision for that, you can keep these things can be kept as a part of the local area planning, instead of keeping the reservations within the DP at the time of making it. So this is one lesson rather SIDCO has learned, and accordingly when we have prepared the plan for NAINA DP, we try to ensure as far as possible the flexibility is with SIDCO to address the societal demands which are unforeseen. Okay. So in the beginning, I was told that you are more interested to understand the open spaces around the buildings and the setbacks for building heights and such kind of things. As I said, our GDCRs are again generally in nature. We have kept 3 slabs basically for the height of the buildings. Initially they were stringent, up to 10 meters height, 3 meters all sides. It is clear. Between 10 to 25, in addition to this 10 meters height, that is 3 meters, we will have to keep 1 meter for every 3 meters height thereafter or part thereafter. About 25 and 30, it's flat 10 meters all side minimum. If somebody wants to keep more than 10 meters, it's welcome. About 10 meters, again 10 meters plus 1 meter for every 5 meters thereafter. So this is how the heights and margin spaces which we have kept in the S12 GDCRs. But these things are not applicable for the row house type development, individual plot development, and also this semi-detached. Second is, in Navi Mumbai, we have project affected people. Land compensation, we used to give it to the people from whom we have acquired the lands. We have a separate policy and schemes devised for them exclusively. They have been given flat while the I did not specify. The FSI for the development, general development of SIDCO lands is 1. residential 1 and commercial 1.5. And educational and everything 1 FSI. But if any educational institution, if they want, depending upon its location and road width, they can request for additional 100% FSI. Means if it is 100%, if it is 1 FSI, they can seek and request for additional 100%, provided that can be considered by the corporation, provided what is the existing road width of that particular school or the institution. Based on that, the CIDCO can consider additional FSI up to additional 100%. So this I am talking about this scheme for the project affected people. There we are giving 1.5 FSI flat for residential. Please note the difference. FSI for residential in general development is 1. For the PAPs it is 1.5. 1.5 irrespective of the plot size. The PAP may be entitled, is entitled only 12.5% of his land surrender, of the land surrendered by him or land acquired from him. It can be 100 meters square, it can be 1000 square meters as well. But the FSI is fixed. Even if it is 100 meters square, he will get 1.5 FSI. So he has to be given 1.5 FSI in 100 meter square plot. How to accommodate it? So we have created, we have to create rather frame special rules to accommodate them. So accordingly, we have reduced the margin spaces for them, and but also have permitted them a specific height up to 13 meters. But with a special note below this, if somebody wants to make parking in the stilts, that stilt height will be exempted from the total height of the building. So this kind of provisions were made to meet the demand and the requirements of the commitments of the CIDCO as well and the government. Thereafter in 2020, we have, one more thing which I did not touch upon here. For the airport, CIDCO has acquired en masse lands for the airport project of 1160 hectares. There, this is a typical again for this airport project. We had to acquire lands without paying compensation to them, monetary compensation. So we have devised a mechanism. Usually we give 12.5% for the PAPs. Instead of giving monetary compensation, with the approval of the government, we have given 10% additional. Means instead of 12.5, we have given 22.5% of the of the land acquired from the person. For instance, if one hectare is acquired from the PAP, and he will be given 2,200 meters square of plot. That is a gross plot. It will be given back to him. That is developed with infrastructure. So that was, after several rounds of discussion, that was finalized. And we have given those lands. That is one part. Second part is R&R, rehabilitation resettlement. In this area for identified for the airport, there were about 10 settlements, about 3,000 families. We have to resettle them. So we have to give a separate package because they have to vacate the existing settlements. So we have devised a separate package for that. That there we have given 1.5 FSI with special DCRs again, and special land package. So for that, after we have also devised a mechanism for allotment of lands to them in the vicinity. Should not be too far from the existing core settlements. But Because of airport, there are several restrictions on height. Again, there are constraints for development of those allotted plots because of height restrictions that are likely to be imposed by the airport authority. Again, we have to come out with some other device, accommodate their demands. We have come out with the policy of TDR. TDR, not the conventional TDR. It is not the conventional TDR, which actually is to acquire the lands against the reservation. Here, we are giving TDR to accommodate the unconsumed FSI because of height restrictions of the airport. So, in case I am not able to consume, the FSI entitled are given to me, the unconsumed FSI that will be assessed by the planning authority, it will be informed to the applicant, and a certificate will be given to the applicant, whatever is for the unconsumed FSI, which is like a tradable commodity. He can sell it in the market, and like any TDS certificate, it can be kept like in the stock. You can sell the shares like. So that mechanism was devised for exclusively for the PAPs and the lands within that particular area around the airport. With this, after we have done so far, thereafter in 2020, we have got UDCPRs, the Unified Development Control Regulations. As per the policy or the decision of the government, state government, they have devised development control regulations which are uniform across the state. Please note, it is uniform across the state. But here they have differentiated, they have drawn a 2x2 matrix. What is municipal areas, non-municipal areas? 1. Again, in municipal areas, they have given categories A, B, C, D. I don't know what kind of mechanism in Kerala you have. A, B, C, D categories. Again, these regulations, most of the regulations have been made keeping B, C, D categories, while category A is a very big corporations. For them, they have given special provisions again. And similarly, congested, outside congested. This 2x2 matrix is very interesting, that these provisions, outside congested area is like any normal development. Congested area is like around the existing settlement or within the settlement. Because road widening is difficult, development may be difficult, to provision of margin spaces are difficult. So they have devised a separate, they have given separate provisions for them. For the area outside the DC, outside the congested areas, again provisions are different. Be it parking, be it firefighting, be it FSI, be it margin spaces. All are different for the outside margins, outside the congested areas and congested areas. So, yeah. Instead of telling this, I'll explain it in the figure. Yeah. Here, you can say the outside congested areas, the margin spaces are front of open space, they have made it very mandatory, which is non-relaxable. No discretion in keeping the front open space. That is Y. Depending upon the road weight, the Y will change. While X is also fixed, but it is actually height of the building by 5, H by 5. But there is a discretion with the corporation or the authority in case of any hardships. Hardships they have defined in the DCRs. Hardship cannot be the FSI hardship. Hardship cannot be parking. They have clearly and specifically mentioned the areas where the hardship can be considered, where it cannot be. For that, this X may be relaxed, but in any case, Y cannot be relaxed. And height is also mentioned it. Keeping X, you can go to the height. You can go to any extent of the height. Here, there is another provision. I just would like to show here. You can see the one which is shown, the last part of the A, step margins. Step margin is maybe, I don't know, it's unique demand from the practicing architects in Maharashtra. Instead of keeping margin spaces right from the ground, they want to have a telescopic marginal spaces beyond certain heights. Let us say after certain heights, margin spaces will increase. Instead of keeping that margin spaces from the ground, or from that height onwards, I will be keeping the margin space. That is actually called stepped margin spaces. This kind of provision is made in this. Though it is practiced without any specific provisions in the DCRs earlier, now a specific provision is made in the DCRs now. Just a table how the margin spaces are provided outside congested areas vis-a-vis the road width and the plot size. This is available in the DCRs. I don't want to go further into this. Yeah, see here that is actually, the table actually specifies the margin spaces for the residential development. For other buildings like medical, educational, public, semi-public, cinema, there is a separate table where they have given separate margin spaces for that. This is another provision. Here the front margin, how much we should keep, which is non-relaxable. It is mentioned in this. So what actually the FSI in this particular DCRs? People actually, the DCRs was, if you look at the name of the DCRs, I think these are all actually promotional development control regulations. They are only trying to promote the development. Yesterday, I think Additional Secretary Thara Madam, I think, she has mentioned we should not be restrictive, we should be promotional. So these are all promotional provisions. They enable the development. But see, when they mention the FSI is maximum, it's not that key, it is not the right of the person to consume the FSI to the fullest possible extent. In fact, there is a provision in the DCRs, in the UDCPRs as well. FSI is, it is not mandatory to consume the given FSI. You have to follow it is subject to the compliance of other provisions within the GDC, in the UDCPRs. You cannot compromise any provisions in the DCRs, including firefighting regulations. Please note that firefighting regulations, no compromise on it. So that FSI is given in the UDCPRs. If you look at it, basic FSI is 1.5. Basic FSI is 1.5. It is for all land uses. Besides this basic FSI, people will get 0.3 to 0.5 premium FSI on payment of premium. It is I would say it's totally commercialized provision. For each and everything, whatever you want, you pay and take. There is a premium for each and everything. Basic FSI is 1.5, pay premium and get additional 0.3 to 0.5. And if you want, you can take the TDR FSI also to the extent of, again, 0.4 to 1.4. That depends on the road width again, road width and its location, category of municipal corporation, the municipal council. For instance, I've kept it in the yellow boxes. For residential plot of 1000 square meters, FSA may vary from 1.76 to 4.8 based on the road width. If it is a commercial plot, it varies from 1.98 to 5.4. See here, you can say there is a specific provision. Earlier we used to grant several free of FSI components like lobbies, balconies. They are not considered as a part of FSI. Now, this UDCPS have given a blanket percentage as ancillary FSI. Everybody is entitled for it. If it is residential, 60%, and other than residential, 80%. That's the ancillary FSI, everybody will get it upfront. So, with these provisions, I'll be concluding in 2 minutes. So, the FSI is granted too much, but it is given at a platter. So, what is your hunger? That you have to decide. This is the table in the DCS, so what kind of FSI and for each category, what is the premium FSI, TDR FSI within the corporation or municipal areas and outside municipal areas, that is given, and the conditions associated with it. There are some other issues which we need to look into it without fail. There are provisions for it. We need to have inclusive housing. This is one unique provisions which everybody should understand. 20% of the plot area, built up area, should be kept for the EWS LRG housing. In the plots, above certain specific size, maybe I don't think it is 2000 square meters or 4000 square meters. What are the tenements the builder constructs, 20% of them should be kept for the EWS and LIG. And the parking, no compromise on it. There is a provision for accommodation reservations. Please note that. This is a kind of provision which will help the local authorities to realize the facilities without acquisition of land. The mechanism is very interesting. Since I don't have much time, we will discuss it. This is one provision which will really help the local authorities to realize the amenities or provide facilities without spending anything. At the same time, giving benefit to the owner. And reconstruction of dilapidated buildings with additional FSI, cluster redevelopment. These two provisions really are very helpful for the old city, old development and the village settlements. Special townships, again, this will be useful since the development here is very much scattered and the development is coming up. There it will be very useful. The size of the township which we can decide whether it can be 10 hectares or 40 hectares, there it is 40 hectares. Green buildings. What are the green buildings? What kind of incentives we can really offer to them while giving granting permissions to them? Such kind of. These are some provisions which we can really rather make in the DCRs to promote the development rather. So I think there are so many things which I wanted to discuss. I'm very sorry for the time which I took for more explaining them. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Archana, and I'm working with the LSDD Planning Department of Kerala. Today, I'll give you a brief introduction or a general overview about the building rules which is prevailing in our state, in Kerala. Sir, Ravi Kumar sir has he gave a fair idea about what is being done in Navi Mumbai. Some points are similar to what he has explained. Certain portions are similar to what has been done in Navi Mumbai. Here also we have a common building rule which prevails for the whole state of Kerala. Again, we have a division also for the municipalities, municipal corporations, a set, and for the panchayats as another set. Currently, we are having the prevailing building rules is the one which came into existence in 2019. Several provisions were amended with respect to the older building rules which was prevailing in the state in order to address certain specific areas. Thrust was given to certain specific areas while formulating the new building rules. As I said, we have a set of building rules for the municipalities and municipal corporations, which is generally called as KMBR, which is the Kerala Municipality Building Rules, and for the panchayat areas, which is called as the Kerala Panchayat Building Rules. In short, we say it as KPBR. And both of these building rules have been enacted under two acts, KMBR being under the Kerala Municipality Act 1994 and KPBR being under the Act, Kerala Panchayat Raj Act 1994. So the major thrust areas that we considered while formulating the new building rules were energy conservation, the environmental protection, various safety provisions that need to be addressed, and of course for the ease of computerization. This was one of the points that we considered while as part of implementing the ease of doing business initiatives. Again, the ease of doing business initiatives has led to the amendment of various rules, various provisions as such. The older rules, it was much more in a subjective kind of nature, so we couldn't bring it to the purview of a computer program so that it could be easily computerized. So certain rules were amended to make it a bit quantitative, and again to promote the ease of doing business initiatives of the state so that so that the state can become more enterprising. We had included various other provisions which include the reducing the number of the time period for giving a particular approval, and of course reducing the number of tiers or levels that a person has to go for getting approvals as such. So these are the main salient features of the building rules which is prevalent in our state. And coming on to the overview, I'll just take you briefly through the building rules as such. I'll just tell you what are the provisions which is covered under our building rules. Not much of an explanation, as Sir has said to confine it within 15 minutes. I'll take hardly 10 minutes. I'll just wind it up very fast. Okay. So the main thing, the building rules as such covers these three areas. Before that, as Sir said, in our state, majority, normally in various other states, building rules are formulated as part of development plans, and it is being implemented as part of development plans. But here, in our state, we do it in, we have in Navi Mumbai, we have a unified rules which extends throughout the state, and we have the master plans or the town planning schemes for specific areas where the development control regulations is of those town planning schemes, it prevails over the provisions which is given under the building rules. So coming on back to the building rules, these are the major topics that we cover under the building rules. That is how to get a permit or an occupancy certificate, the procedure and the allied matters related to it, and of course general provisions as normally every building rule will cover. FSI, setbacks, parking and all those things. And again, in order to address certain special cases, we have a special set of regulations or provisions which are given separately. It includes provisions for large-scale developments, provisions for constructions which is being done in small plots, row buildings, many other provisions are included in it. And coming on to permit, in our state, we have to take a permit for construction, reconstruction, addition, alteration, or extension for existing buildings, and of course, construction and reconstruction for new buildings. And for change in occupancy, you need to take a building permit, whereas you need to take a development permit for doing a plot subdivision. And again, it has to be the competent authority to give a permit is the secretary of the concerned local body, where the plot exists. Coming on to the various rules or provisions that is being covered under the permit and allied rules. Normally in our building rules, we address about the procedure that has to be resorted to for applying a permit. How to apply a permit, what is the application form and all those things, what is the documents that has to be enclosed along with the application form, what are the important NOCs that has to be taken from other departments for carrying out a construction in a particular area. Again, the period within which the competent authority is supposed to give a permit, the deemed permit provision. This is something, yes. In our state, we are supposed to give, the competent authority is supposed to give a permit or to take a decision on a particular permit application within 15 days. It has been amended recently. Earlier it was 30. As part of the ease of doing business initiatives, we have reduced it to 15 days. Similar amendment was made in the Act as such. So even if after a period of 15 days, if the secretary or the competent authority is not providing or not taking a decision on the permit application, he can move on to the council, and again it will be there for 30 days. The council is supposed to take a decision within 30 days, and if on the expiry of the 15 for the secretary and 30 for the council, a decision on the application is not being taken, the permit application, the permit is deemed to be obtained or given. That's it. And again, validity of the permit, how much period a permit is valid, provisions regarding extending or renewing a permit, the fees, how to apply and all those things. And of course, the reasons under which a permit, if a permit has to be cancelled, the reasons under which leads to the cancellation of a permit and what the competent authority has to do for it. And the transfer of plots, which deals with, if you obtain a permit for a particular construction, and if you sell the plot, the new owner has to come and take the permit in his name. So certain rules related to that regarding the transfer of plots where a valid permit is being standing, provisions related to that. And again, for the occupancy certificate, once you complete the construction, you need to get an occupancy certificate, provisions relating to that. And of course, a deemed provision is also is attached to the occupancy certificate thing. And finally, the post-occupancy audit, in order to check for any unauthorized alterations or additions that is being made to a building which is being constructed or which has obtained an occupancy certificate. So, in order to check after giving out an occupancy certificate, you are supposed to, a provision related to a provision such as a post-occupancy audit is being included in the rules. And further, moving further, not only permit-related rules, the rules or provisions which are related to the rules and responsibilities of the stakeholder, be it the competent authority, be it the licensee, be it the owner of the building, or be, all these stakeholders, the responsibility, the functions are being clearly stated in the rules, what they are supposed to do and what they are not supposed to do. And regarding the registration of the licensee, how a licensee should register, what is the fees applicable, what qualification has to be obtained, how the qualification for a licensee to get registered in a particular category, and all those things are stated in the building rules. And finally, the penal provisions. What if the licensee is not adhering to his particular, to his responsibility, what penal provisions are getting applied? And the next one is moving on to the technical part, more like the FSI, parking, all those things are coming onto the second section. This deals with, we have general provisions as well as occupancy related provisions. These general provisions apply to any building construction, any construction that is being undertaken. These are one site requirements, where to construct and where not to construct, how a site should be while undertaking a construction. The next one is distance between the road boundary and building. I think in Ravi Kumar sir's presentation, he showed a drawing in which he had given X and Y, the distance from the road to the building. It is something which is very important because it is a provision which is given in our act. So the distance that has to be maintained between the road boundary and the building. And it applies to all the constructions irrespective of the occupancy. And of course the maximum height of buildings, which deals with the maximum height up to which a building can be constructed in a particular plot. And it is on account of the setback and of course the width of the road. And occupancy related provisions. One of the key terms that we include or is being stated in our rules is occupancy, the use for which a building is being used. Various provisions are related to occupancy. We apply those provisions based on the occupancy of the building. So we have defined around 12 occupancies, which is just residential, commercial, special residential, educational, medical, and such like that. We have around 12 occupancies, which is clearly defined in our rules. And the occupancy related provisions are setbacks, FSI, I mean I don't have to explain much on this, coverage, access width, off-street parking spaces and plot subdivision, how much and in what way it has to be given. The whole thing is clearly stated in our building rules. And the one which is given in red, it is basically related to the urban reforms criteria, which is included under the modernization of building bylaws. Yesterday, Srinivas sir was saying certain evaluation criteria are there for in the category of modernization of building rules. He had stated certain criteria such as removing contradiction of setback, certain provisions such as setback and ground coverage, giving enhancement in FSI, additional or enhanced FSI. So I have just included or highlighted the points where we have already implemented those points in our building rules. So here, the setbacks and coverage, we don't have much contradiction between the setbacks and coverage that that can be provided to a building. There is not much contradiction. And of course the FSI, we do have a fee for additional or enhanced FSI. And as everybody was saying, the FSI which is prevalent in our state is much higher when compared to other, with the rest of the country, even much higher than the premium FSI that the other states are offering. So we do provide for additional FSI also. We do charge for additional FSI also at 5,000 rupees per square kilometer. And again, access width, which is again, and one more thing, the FSI that we provide, the permissible FSI which is given in the rules, is just related to the occupancy and not with the road width or to the area of the building. It is merely with relation to the occupancy of the building. So the access width, how much should be the width of access that should be provided for undertaking a construction in a particular plot of a particular area, and the off-street parking spaces, how much parking spaces that has to be provided, and regarding plot subdivision, how a plot subdivision has to be carried out, the width of the internal streets, additional provisions such as provision for surface drainage, rainwater harvesting, and transformer, additional space for a transformer and all those things, but that has to be taken care of while doing a plot subdivision. All those things are included in our rules. And moving on, we do give importance to safety aspects, and certain provisions related to that is also included, which include NOC from the Fire and Rescue Services Department. That is, for certain buildings, we need to get the NOC from the Fire and Rescue Services Department. For certain smaller constructions, it is enough that the applicant or the owner gives self-declaration form. It is enough that if he declares for himself that all the safety requirements are being included in the building, and various other provisions, as we all know, which is in line with the NBC standards as such. The fire escape staircase, travel distance to emergency exit, exit width, all those things which helps or enhances the rescue operations in case of an emergency. And other and of course, we do have a special chapter which deals with the safety provisions that has to be taken care of while constructing a high-rise building. The open spaces that has to be left around the, not around as such, along the sides of the high-rise building in order to facilitate firefighting. And again, the fire escape staircases, the rules relating to the guardrails and all those things which ensure safety to the building, to the inhabitants of the building. And we have certain relaxed provisions which help people, which help people in EWS category to carry out construction. Some of them are construction in small plots. Again, the one highlighted in red, it also applies to the urban reforms which was so saying the last day. Construction in small plots. As per our rule, small plot is a plot which is having an area of 125 square meters or less. Constructions which are being undertaken in a small plot, row buildings, hut construction, and building construction under government approved schemes. And of course, construction in plots, which part of which have been surrendered free of cost for road development. In all these cases, certain relaxed provisions are being applied so that he can get a relaxation in certain, on account of certain rules such as FSI, coverage, parking, maximum height of building. All these certain relaxations are given in all these rules. Certain other highlighting provisions are, one is a self-certified building permit. This is also a recent addition that we have made to the building rules. Self-certified building permit accounts to the permit is given by the licensee itself. That is not a regular licensee. A licensee has to get empaneled with the government, who is called as an empaneled licensee. He takes the responsibility of what an authority normally does. He takes the responsibility of that and he issues permit on account of the undertaking that the particular construction is in line with the provisions of the building rules. He gives a permit and it has to be produced in the local body, and the local body, what the local body does is they give an acknowledgement certificate back to the licensee as well as to the owner in 5 days. So the acknowledgement certificate along with the self-certified building permit given by the licensee together act as a regular permit. So highlight is the highlight of this particular provision is that you don't have to go behind the procedures. You'll just get the permit in a matter of just 5 days, but the whole responsibility is vested with the licensee as well as the owner, and for the same reason the penal provisions are also a bit on the higher side for this self-certified building permit. So that's one. Another one is the provisions for differently abled elderly and children. So in line with the guidelines for harmonized guidelines which is being formulated by the Ministry of Urban Development, by the central ministry, certain provisions are also adopted in order to suit to our conditions, and that is also being included in our building rules. And of course, in order to promote energy conservation in buildings, the provisions related to KSECBC rules. KSECBC stands for Kerala State Energy Conservation Building Rules. Certain provisions relating to that, and of course, how to adopt these building rules in these KSECBC rules in buildings is also incorporated in our building rules. And an enabling provision for construction and demolition waste rules, and rainwater harvesting, solar energy assisted systems, urban forestry and waste disposal. These are points which account for the for the environmental protection aspect, which is being included in the building rules. I don't think I have to talk much on that. Urban forestry, it is just like a person has to plant trees in his plot after obtaining an occupancy certificate, and the rate at which these trees has to be planted, it has to be prescribed by the secretary from time to time. As madam was asking, it is nothing similar to Miyawaki forest, not at that rate. It's on a nominal rate, but then we have provision for that. And the last one is Art and Heritage Commission. Art and Heritage Commission, that is also one of the points which was cited yesterday. Art and Heritage Commission is, I mean, there is provision for constitution of an art and heritage commission which aims at identifying places having heritage importance, how to regulate developments in those heritage areas in order to conserve it, and also to promote development in such a way that the development comes so that it does not hamper the architectural or the heritage character of that area. So we have provision to constitute Art and Heritage Commission in the rules, and consequently we have an Art and Heritage Commission being constituted in the state and is being actively involved in matters related to heritage aspects. And finally, provisions which rules the unauthorized construction. What if construction is being carried out in violation to the building rules? How to tackle with those constructions? What action has to be taken against it? And if it follows, I mean, if it is within the provisions, or if it is in line with the provisions of the building rules, how it can be regularized and who is going to regularize it, and the various fees applicable. And finally, the online building processing system. This was again another point which was talked yesterday. We do have an online building application system which is applicable for all the urban local bodies of the state. For Kozhikode, we have a software called Suvega, and for the rest, all the urban local bodies, there is a software called Intelligent Building Plan Management System. Both these softwares are auto scrutiny systems, wherein the building plan, which is drawn in an AutoCAD format, can be given can be fed to the system, which checks for the building rules automatically using artificial intelligence and gives out reports on whether it passes or it is in line or it complies with the provisions of the building rules. After that, it can be applied to the if you get a passed report, with that you can apply it to the local body, wherein it will come on to the console of the officials of the local body. They can check it online. They can schedule a site inspection, go for site inspection again. You can do the site inspection using a mobile app. You can record all those things which is digitally, and again come to office and record all those things online. And finally, if it gets approved by the competent authority, a permit is being issued wherein a digital signature is given by the competent authority, and the licensee can sit at the comfort of his home and download the permit. There is no need for a physical contact with the local body, which was actually what Sir said yesterday. In its true spirit, we have actually implemented it in our state, and there are certain other provisions which we do have in it. The payment is also online. The applicant or the licensee gets information about each stage where the application is passing through via SMS as well as email. And of course, there is provision to track the application, where is it, and of course, to get the status information. Finally, we are in a stage where the NOC integration part is actually going on. We are talking with the various departments who are giving NOC, so that the NOC integration is, if it is also getting in line with, it is also pitching in the whole system of permit provision, permit issuance, as well as occupancy issue will be dealt online. Thank you. That's it.
We have seen two excellent presentations on building rules. From these two presentations, we can conclude that the applicability of building rule is different in different states. It varies from state to state. In the case of Navi Mumbai, building rule is a part and parcel of the development plan. But in our state, in the state of Kerala, it is detached. The building rule is not a part of the development plan. I think in that sense, we are lucky because we don't need to think about building rule while preparing the master plan, only zoning regulation. But while we are studying in the planning school, we studied that it should be the part and parcel of the development plan. Actually, it is a tool for the implementation of the projects that are envisaged in the plan. Ravikumar sir's presentation was very clear on that. So, when different development projects of a master plan are implemented on ground, actually it is the vision of the planner that is being implemented at ground. As a town planner from the Town and Country Planning Department of Kerala, I think this detachment may be a reason for our vision remains in paper. The planner's vision remains in paper. It is not implemented often it is not implemented on the ground. So we have to, the planners in Kerala, I think we have to think about building guidelines or building rules customized or embedded in the master plan. Now, the ball is in the court of the audience. Any questions, clearances that is required from the speakers? Now it is time for the open discussion. Please. Can anybody put two seats here so that the speakers can sit here?
Yeah, speakers can sit. What I want to add to what Ravikumar has already explained is that Navi Mumbai is a special case where the entire land is notified by the government under the provisions of New Town and acquired by the government totally and handed over to CIDCO for planning and development. So the provisions for Navi Mumbai are very different from the provisions for the rest of the state in some respects. One of the things is that all new towns don't need to even prepare a development plan in Maharashtra under the act because all land belongs to government. There is no private land and whose is there and nobody's interest is affected by the reservations and roads, etc. So the New Town Development Authority can simply prepare a planning proposal and submit it and get it approved. No suggestions and objections are required to be called. However, Navi Mumbai Development Plan was prepared by the original planners thinking that it's a better idea. But still you can see that it's a structure plan. Just zoning is there, no other detailing is there. And secondly, recently when the government of Maharashtra also moved towards state level regulation like yours, in 2020, during COVID time, the government of Maharashtra has sanctioned statewide unified development control and promotion regulations. But since certain areas in the state for certain areas in the state, they may not be directly, if they are related directly, there may be difficulties, because Navi Mumbai is one such case where land belongs to government and you can't apply provisions of TDR and all those things. Therefore, New Bombay is kept out of the purview of the unified regulations. So New Bombay still continues, no? No? It gets covered under unified rules? Okay. Except Naina, okay. Certain parts of CIDCO are kept out of it, but Navi Mumbai is included. So, but we are also following your regime. We have done unified DCRs now. Even though some of us still feel that plan followed by its own development control regulations is more useful, but maybe there are certain advantages in the unified regulations, especially for those practitioners like you who from the town planning department grant permissions across the state, and when they get transferred from one town to the other, suddenly all the rules change. So there is confusion, and developers who operate or landowners who have lands across the cities also find sometimes that I am entitled to something in this city, but I am not entitled in the other city. So to avoid that kind of issues, those kind of issues, the government tried to do unified regulations.
Okay. Any other elaborations or questions?
Yeah, in the Navi Mumbai case, the large scale flexibility is given. The flexibility, then what is the purpose of the planning? Because especially environmental conservation and then the mangroves and all very high. So in that case, you are going to sabotage the entire conservation measures and all those things. So, and also it will lead to large scale malpractices. So what do you wanted to say about it?
Yeah. It's a good concern, in fact. Fortunately or unfortunately, whether the environmentalists, they are very active in MMR, Mumbai Metropolitan Region. I don't know whether it is there in Kerala, but in Maharashtra, High Court has given specific directions. The mangrove mapping, which is actually done by MRSAC, Maharashtra Remote Sensing Application Center, that is made sacrosanct. In fact, High Court has given directions to the MRSAC to prepare the mangrove, to do the mangrove mapping, and the cutting of mangroves were totally banned. The lands under mangroves, they stand declared as forest lands. So the question of destruction of mangroves doesn't arise, right? That is one. Even if you have to cut a single mangrove, we need to take permission of the High Court for taking up any development project on it. For your information, CIDCO also, despite the fact the land belongs to it, we have to take the clearance from the Maharashtra Coastal Zone Management Authority first. Thereafter, seek the permission of the Honorable High Court. If need be, the clearance from the Forest Department to take up any project on the ground. I hope your issue is addressed. The flexibility is a different thing, but your concern is the destruction of mangroves? Flexibility per se, this part is one. Second part is, while as the land belongs to CIDCO, let us say if you are the owner of a piece of land, 1 hectare of land, it is your prerogative to keep a building at one place, at north side or east side or west or south, or at the center, right? Building bylaws may not restrict you to take up the development at only one place in your land. It's your prerogative. You have to follow the regulations only. Same is the case here. The land belongs to the authority. Authority is ensuring the provision of amenities, facilities in accordance with the norms set by the government and also the authority itself. In fact, which are stringent. Authorities' norms are much stringent than the government in many aspects. Then what is stopping the authority to fix the location of a particular activity within the land given to it? So that is the flexibility which we are talking. But we are not compromising on provision of facilities, be it open spaces, be it educational facilities. In fact, this kind of flexibility has facilitated to accommodate several requirements of the government, especially provision of some specific colleges, schools of national importance. Even the colleges of National Law Institute, such kind of several requirements, be it, I just cannot list out. Zoning is restricted. Zone, if I have to make any change in the zone, I have to follow the entire gamut of the process stipulated in the Act to seek approval of the government. Yes.
100% land. That is what I. Okay, thank you.
Any other question?
Regarding the bylaw, building bylaw in Kerala, actually, as I have already made in my presentation yesterday, Kerala's settlement character is itself is in such a fashion that always the Kerala is tending towards a completely urbanized place, because we have a scattered homestead development. It is a rural-urban continuum. So always, Kerala by itself is a one big city. So that is why Kerala building rules, I think, building rules should have, I mean, it is something which is regulating, I mean, the standards, building standards and all those aspects which are to be addressed through a building bylaw should be uniform for the entire state. But even in our building rule itself, it says that when you prepare a master plan for a city or a town, you can have provisions which are specified in the building rules, I mean, which is contradictory to the building rules to suit the situation, local situation, and that will supersede the the state building rules. So I think that provision is okay.
Okay. If there is no other questions or clarifications, I think we can conclude the session. Thank you all.
Now, I invite Sri S. Ajay Kumar, Senior Town Planner, LSGD Planning, for concluding the workshop, highlighting key deliberations and outcomes.
Our tea is already adieu, so I'm in a very difficult situation. I need to give the key deliberations and outcomes of the workshop. So I'll straight away get into my job. So we had 2 wonderful days of deliberation with respect to the urban planning reforms. We had a good workshop. So yesterday we started with our Srinivas sir, Senior Town Planner, Town and Country Planner, TCPO, Government of India, giving an idea of the urban planning reforms, the post-budget follow-up. He gave us an overview of the urban planning reforms and an evaluation. He specifically mentioned that urban planning cannot continue with a business as usual approach. We need to plan for paradigm shift. And Kerala was put in group 3 of 500 crores as a special assistance from the GOI. And he specifically mentioned about the 6 reforms that are, he detailed out each and every one of the 6 reforms that needs to be implemented. Also, he welcomed the state to prepare a draft and discuss with the CTPO. Then we had a presentation on Chennai Master Plan 2026 and 2046, planning instruments and spatial strategies. Sri Anshul Mishra, IAS Member Secretary, CMDA, and Dr. S. Kanchanamala, Senior Planner, CMDA, presented. And she presented with an overview of the Chennai city, the various master plan, the current challenges of CMA. And Anshul Mishra sir explained how they are proposing to fix these problems through the 3rd master plan as well as the other institution strengthening, etc. Then we started with the technical session with TDR, Sri Rajesh PN, Senior Town Planner, LSGD Planning, pointing out us to think about the strategies for implementing the TDR. He also mentioned about the risk-informed planning process that we have undertaken in our state in recent times. And he presented that Mumbai and other certain good examples of TDR are there, development road schemes by TDR have been implemented. Then we had our presentation on the scenario in Haryana by Prempi Singh's Chief Town Planner. He presented the implementation of TDR policy in Haryana, the various agencies involved in that, the functioning and activities of Town and Country Planning Department, enforcement of TCP laws, statutory framework for the various acts, recent trends in license granted. He then talked about the policies, in particular the TDR policy of 2021, what it focused, grant of amenities in TDR. Finally, he mentioned the TDR application, how it is been done in the state through online process, giving the overview of TDR mechanisms within the state. Then we had presentation by Rajendra Prasad Naik sir, Director Planning, Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, Hyderabad, wherein he explained the various procedures involved in the issue of TDR in road widening, etc., utilization of TDR, online TDR bank he explained. The TDR latest status was also mentioned and the way forward to it. Then we had the presentation by Hiran Daftardar sir, Deputy Chief Planner, Town Planning Officer, by Mumbai Municipal Corporation, Mumbai. He presented on TDR, a strategic tool for development in Mumbai. He gave a brief history of statutory provisions governing development in Mumbai. Then TDR in Maharashtra Regional Town and Country Planning Act with specific reference to section 126(1). Then how TDR was inception, it was incepted in the in Mumbai. Then growth characteristics of Mumbai, main features of the TDR concepts, requirements of success in TDR, etc., the types of TDR and its inception, the concepts of reservation TDR, and he specifically mentioned about TDR in slum areas, which is very particular and very specific to Mumbai. Then we had a wonderful open discussions on how much the land needs to be acquired, when we restrict height and FSI, how it is going to affect. So we have very good discussion on that part. So coming down to the key outcomes of the first sessions, I would like to present that we had a wonderful idea of the framework of TDR rules. The receiving and generating area of TDR has to be spatially mapped and finalized based on the concept adopted for the master plan for the city. That is very important. There needs to be an involvement of original landowners in the TDR issuance procedure for providing maximum benefit to them. We need to have improvement in the quality of life through densification by achieving energy efficiency and proper management of resources like water. TDR depends on the urban strategies and varies with the urban context. It creates demand for space, build space through master plan through provisions of lower FSI in certain areas, and TDR can be effectively utilized in risk-informed master plans where hazard-prone, flood-prone areas could be TDR generators. So these were the key outcomes of our first technical session. Then we had our inaugural session wherein the welcome speech was made by Arun K. Vijayan sir, IAS Director LSGD Urban and Director of Amrit Mission, who talked invariably about the vulnerabilities that we are facing today in our state, the importance of LAP TPS, TDR, TOD, etc., and regarding the risk-informed master plan that we are preparing. The opening remarks was made by Sharmila Mary Joseph IAS, Principal Secretary LSGD Urban, who emphasized the peculiar urban pattern, the urban-rural continuum prevailing in the state, then how the functioning of LBs were done. In the Kerala context, how the local self-government institutions were funded and how the ULBs need to look into the new concepts like TDR, TOD, etc. In the inaugural address, the Honorable Minister for Local Self-Government Department and Excise, M.V. Govinda Master, sir, he emphasized that nearly 50% of the population are in the urban area in Kerala. Most of the cities have developed organically. Now, how urban reforms can be implemented in Kerala is the question. Now, we need to develop, and modernization has to be brought in each and every one of the sectors. And that needs to be done through science and technology. We should penetrate the rural areas. That was one point he emphasized specifically. And how can we develop our cities to the world-class status? That is another question. Assets data compilation and GIS mapping, etc., have to be implemented in local bodies effectively. We need to plan from a clean slate. We need to identify the A to Z of each project before getting it implemented. We need to plan projects for corporation and municipalities with more accuracy, and Kerala is at par with any developed countries in education, health, and all other sectors. These are the certain points he mentioned in his inaugural speech. And then Tarama IAS, Additional Secretary, MUVA, GOI, presented. She was very fiercely presenting that the planners, architects, and engineers should get together to change the city into a wealth city. A good plan will always be good in economics. How residential areas land value increases when it is constructed beside a park and reduces when it's constructed near a drain. Various examples she has quoted. The urban land is zero with FSI removed. That is another point she mentioned. Then the bylaws are to be promotive, not to be considered as regulative. Then the building laws need to be rationalized. There is great mismatch between height and FSI regulations that we need to look upon. Then she talked about the importance of TDR, TOD, etc., explained in detail how to promote affordable housing. She also said that planning can be a win-win situation. We don't need to collect taxes if you are able to leverage land and harness land value. We need to create beautiful public spaces to bring up real estate value. And she concluded by saying that we should look into the building bylaws and online building permission application handling. Sharada Muralidharan IAS, our Additional Chief Secretary LSGD, emphasized certain factors that we face today in Kerala, the disaster issues, how we are top in the country in urban governance, issues with respect to Kochi and Trivandrum regarding disaster aspects. We need to take lessons from other cities. She also mentioned about the risk-informed master plan that are being prepared, the guideline, etc. She focused upon the point that we are moving on to a digital state. We are well in track with some of the reforms that are mentioned here, and spatial planning has solutions to many of these issues, and we have to increase walkability, make city more livable. Small interventions can be beneficial and important. The importance of pragmatic plans instead of technically correct plans, she emphasized. We need to work on our high FSI situation, she said, and in sustainable development goals, we have achieved a lot. That is the major points she explained. And Kochi Mayor, Advocate Manan Kumar sir also mentioned about the various aspects of Kochi in 1998, how the GCDA road was developed. And after that, the Chief Town Planner of Kerala State, Pramod Kumar CP, he emphasized that in Kerala, wetlands are being converted, there are issues like that. We have to have quality urban centers and reform which arrest urban sprawl. So, and certain things which we have achieved in the state also, he mentioned the building bylaws have been amended, TOD has been introduced in Thrissur way back, and land pooling has also been implemented through Amar schemes, etc. Then we had our technical section 2, wherein we were about to discuss about the implementation of TPS and LAP. Chief Town Planner Planning, Prashant H., he presented how the threefold criteria and plus outgrowth, how it has added on to the present scenario. He showed the urban planning efforts in Kerala, the acts, rules, etc., the urban reforms of LAP and TPS that are being implemented in the state. He showed map showing scattered development in a typical Kerala town compared with towns elsewhere, which I think would be very interesting for our friends from other states. He also discussed about the promote mechanism of LAP, pros, cons, and way forward were discussed, and development in greenfield areas for planned urban expansion through TPS also he discussed its pros, cons, and way forward. Then we had the presentation by Bindu Nair, Associate Director, SCB Design Planning and Management Private Limited, Ahmedabad. She talked about managing peripheral expansion and in-city redevelopment. She went on with a beautiful explanation with different maps and all, with photos, and why it is so important that we get land for street, since it is very difficult to get afterwards. Then issues in creating streets in periphery was discussed. She said that TPS is a no-frills approach to urban planning, and TPS is versatile and flexible tool which can be used innovatively. She also explained the Ahmedabad development plan, parcels for social infrastructure, infrastructure and development in unauthorized area, infrastructure in dense inner city area. The Bhuj area was explained, the issues if you remember yesterday. Then she talked about the managing in-city redevelopment. Its street networks needs to be improved. It is impossible to widen streets later. Sensible urban planning strategy is required, and importance of visualizing the future to the people, etc. So it was a wonderful presentation by ma'am. Then we had the presentation by Sant Pandya, sir, Town Planner Vadodara. He started his presentation with a movie of Ahmedabad Urban Authority on TPS, then presented with an innovative approach for micro-level planning, TPS as an innovative approach. Presented TPS as a land pooling technique, how it is done, the purpose of TPS, history of TP Act in the country, details of UP administrations, Gujarat, various stages of town planning schemes preparation, draft, preliminary and final TPS. He's explained a lot, the advantages of TPS, and that was the conclusion of his presentation. Then we had the presentation by Pavesh Sharma. I'm sorry for those people who have missed this out, because it was a wonderful presentation. It was very late yesterday, but still it was really wonderful presentation by the retired Chief Town Planner Gujarat. He started with the micro-level planning requirements and interventions, then models for development of micro-level intervention, and the essential components, that was most interesting part, the pre-requirements for TPS, including the robust institutions, requirement of robust institutions, inclusivity, arbitration and appeal, entitlement, legislative immunity, accountability, record management, finance and capacity building. It was a very wonderful presentation to listen to. So he went on presenting the pros of making land pooling schemes, skill sets required, etc. So coming down to the second technical presentation's key outcomes, it can be said that the institutional driven plus participatory approach may be adopted in Kerala context, considering the success rate compared to other models of development. Applicability of TDR may be explored in the state, and amendments in other related legislations to be done, explored, registration, LU related legislations, etc. need to be taken care of. Clear standard operating procedure is required. Multi-pronged approach to be focused while framing legal statutes, including Kerala Town and Country Planning, land pooling rules and policies. Capacity building, including various levels, including judiciary sector through KILA, has to be done. Visualization of redevelopment mechanism has to be practiced. Now, coming down to the second day's deliberations. Second day started with technical session 3, the implementation of TOD. Shri Shahim Sir, Principal Scientist, NATPAC, moderated the session. He said that what is TOD? He talked about TOD like it's a compact mixed development with high quality walking environment, etc. And Uma Ma'am, Chief Planner, retired MMRDA, presented, started with defining TOD, TOD in the national context, policies of Ahmedabad, Delhi, Bangalore and Nagpur, TOD national regulatory context, in the national regulatory context. She also discussed TOD in Maharashtra, the aspects included in the regulations, explains TOD in Maharashtra with specific reference to UDCPR 2020. Then she talked about draft Regional Plan 2016 to 2036 and issues related to TOD, basic principles of intermittent stations, variation of TOD applicability across the states, certainty of proposed transit mode and time application of TOD, area-based redevelopment as precondition in brownfields, specification space considered in India, TOD-related issues at concept level were also discussed, and presented the TOD which was applied in Andheri station area, wherein she concluded that each station is unique. Constraints for uniform regulatory systems are there. Then we had a presentation by Adarsh Kapoor Sir, Principal Urban Designer. He started with the various aspects of TOD, LVC, LAP, FBC, etc. With respect to area planning, plan implementation, value creation, value realization, regulating development, etc. Then planning parameters of TOD was discussed. The importance of Trivandrum, where do we stand, where do we start, were discussed. Detailing value capturing financing was done. The methods and scale of intervention. The various type of TOD was discussed. Non-TOD types were discussed, and issues and challenges with respect to TOD were also discussed, with specific remarks on challenges in smart cities. And manuals for station redevelopment was also discussed by him. The cities have diverse characteristics zone, but in particular Mumbai, that was mentioned by him, and public interface defines character of a space, that was also another point he pointed out, and how FBC is applicable at plot level, FBC in detail was discussed. Property development codes were also discussed in his presentation. Finally, the manual for station redevelopment, including commercial development, was also discussed in his presentation. Then the presentation by Roy Madam DDA, very thought-provoking presentation it was. She had a food for thought situation. As she mentioned, there needs to be a vision for the city. That is what she pointed out. The city has to be planned, understanding the context. She showed many pictures of scattered, unplanned urbanization, unplanned new towns, housing situations. She pleaded to crunch on our numbers. And as solution, new compact TOD towns near stations were recommended. Towns can absorb the affordable housing deficit, and TOD towns can absorb and for the affordable housing deficit and generate localized jobs in decentralization. That was you mentioned. Then thinking region as a system, that is another point she focused upon. Regional cities offer housing and lifestyle choice of invested in planning based on TOD principle. She talked about the Indian dream, making our cities the engine of economic growth. She talked about smaller towns said that smaller towns have higher disposable income, public investment to attract private people to small towns. She talked about the need for planning cities for the younger people, that is of the average age of 28, since India has an average age of 28.7. Also the cities for children, that is what she emphasized with beautiful pictures. She asked why we do not have nightlives. Our cities are dominantly public transport systems, but basically designed for cars and two-wheelers. That is what she mentioned. And she also mentioned that India is one of the most unhappiest countries. So then she went on talking about the 10 principles which are required for planning: city, region, mixed land use planning, pedestrian-oriented planning, active mobility and public transport, water-oriented development, business plan for cities, blue-green integration, TOD and FBCs, housing choices for all, transparency and accountability. So these were the three deliberations conducted in this session. We had a wonderful discussion there also. Some of the implementation aspects were missing, it was pointed out. The UMTA as an umbrella, the possibility, etc. were looked into. TOD with no parking won't be of any use. That was one point came up. And parking is another important aspect. Now, coming down to the key outcomes of the session, we can say that TOD policy has to be framed in Kerala context, undoubtedly. Regulations need to be framed by city-specific, address multi-modal integration through master plans to provide a base for detailed schemes like LAP and TPS. Focus from macro to micro level planning approach for effective implementation of TOD has to be done. Bring more private investment to public space development and management. Alternative FSI may also be explored through area-based planning and value capture financing mechanism. Value captured from TOD zone should be utilized for improvement in transport infrastructure. Mechanism for improving transparency and accountability to ensure public support to be thought of. Non-motorized transport is inevitable as a part for successful implementation of TOD, and role of urban planners in unified transport authority for proper integration of land use and transport planning is essential. Then we had our technical session 4 with respect to the sponge cities. Sri Binu Francis, Secretary, Trivandrum Corporation, was the moderator. He explained the issues we have been facing, the urban flooding, how urban flooding has been controlled since 1918 and 1919 floods. Now we are up to the challenge. Other challenges include the planning city, which are already developed, is very difficult. So coming down to the presentations, Professor Ajit Kalias, Urban Chair Professor Kila, presented on sponge cities, ecological risks to equitable resilience. In the Kerala context, he again explained that it is confronted with conflicts. It is a hotspot for zoonotic diseases. Challenges need to be recalibrated through equitable resilience. Also, he quoted Aldo Leopold's integrity and that integrity and stability are to be preserved. Then he also mentioned that the concept was originated in China. He also mentioned about the even decade of ecosystem restoration, the 10 principles. He pointed out 3 of them applicable to the Kerala context. How cities integrate nature-based solution for adaptation in urban planning, blue-green cities, etc. were discussed. The case of Britain, Africa, etc. were discussed. National Park City of London was discussed. Paris transformation into 15-minute city, if you remember, that was discussed. China's sponge cities were discussed. And the another important new concept like Greenwich emotion mapping, Belfast sound map, Senscape 2015, the city of Singapore mapping. Very interesting subjects. Then he went on to present the Handbook of Singapore Biodiversity Index and state level policies and planning guidelines regarding this, and city level interventions like in Kollam case. He also mentioned the biodiversity city of Kollam as presented by the Mayor of Kollam, Honorable Mayor of Kollam. Then came the presentation by Sri R.S. Krishnaswamy, Sir, Member Apex Committee, Sirithuli, Coimbatore, and it was a really eye-opening presentation how these things are getting implemented at the local level. That is a very real eye-opener. Sirithuli's vision as a sponge city was presented. The geography of Coimbatore was explained. The Noel river system was explained. How in the old Chola period it was conserved. How over the years it degraded. And how they started the redevelopment in 2003 through with focus on water wash, waste wise, grow the farmer, spread the word, etc. The water conservation metrics by Dr. Rajendra was mentioned. Water resource management, how it is to be done. Urban rainwater harvesting structures, how the construction of check dams, the effect of the sponge was for 20 kilometers, very heartwarming. The impact of roadside rainwater harvesting structures, the importance of documentation, creation of urban forest, etc. was discussed. And he also discussed about the milestones that they have achieved and how they have achieved through identifying vacant spaces, encouraging afforestation, setting targets, funding, monitoring, documentation, etc. Then we had the presentation by Srimati Nisha Priya, Project Manager, Nature Conservancy, another NGO, which was founded in 1951. Then she explained the thematic areas including urban ecology, the sponge city concept, how it was implemented, with specific case study to Sambakam Lake, Chennai, the wastewater treatment facilities, treatment schemes, what are the changes required, the green print. She also gave examples of transforming Cape Town city, the issues, handling the issues there, Santa Clara, urban simulation modeling of Chennai, its outcomes, etc. was discussed. And we had a very wonderful discussion after this session also with regards to implementing sponge city concept in existing master plans, how it can be done, how we have to tackle the encroachment issues in lakes, urban flooding, the rising sea level was another aspect that was discussed. Urban reforms mission, aspects to be put in the master plans, how it has to be done. Mayor Kozhikode also came up with so many solutions, good solutions for making Kozhikode a sponge city. So the key outcomes of this session was that for creation of sponge cities, integration of blue-green network needs to be addressed through spatial plans. Urban flooding can be addressed through the experience shared from Chennai and Coimbatore as lessons learned from best practices. Community participation is a compulsory stage in all stages of creation of sponge cities, from planning to implementation, as a support from individual matters. Extensive awareness programs have to be conducted at school levels to catch them young. TDR subsidies and other similar incentives may be explored for conserving urban wetland. Now we had our final technical session, session 5, moderated by my friend Baiju, Senior Town Planner, LSD Planning, who said that he considers building rules as a horoscope. He also mentioned that we had so much external pressure that it is an inclusive building rule. Then we had the presentation by Sri Ravi Kumar, Additional Chief Planner, SIDCO Mumbai, who explained the General Development Control Regulations in Navi Mumbai, plan preparation as a case of Navi Mumbai Development Plan was explained in detail. Framing of General Development Control Regulations were discussed. Another important aspect, he pointed out that there was no need to go to the government for every changes in the plan. They had nearly 18 changes in the plan over the years. There was no further approval required. Then he talked about the open spaces around the building, unified development control and promotion regulations in Maharashtra was discussed, setbacks and marginal space were discussed, including telescopic marginal spaces. That was very interesting, sir. Other unique provisions in UDCPRs were discussed. Then we had the presentation by my colleague Archana, Deputy Town Planner, LSGD Planning, with respect to building rules in the Kerala context. She talked about various aspects including salient features and thrust areas, overview of building rules, permit and allied rules, general provisions regarding the site, safety provisions, etc., relaxing provisions and other highlighting provisions, provisions regarding unauthorized construction, and she concluded with the online building application processing system that has been implemented in the state today. Then we also had a wonderful discussion here with respect to the situation, how the situation in Navi Mumbai is different from other places, how the unified building rules are good in the Kerala context as well as in other places. Then the aspects regarding the conservation aspects and flexibility in the Navi Mumbai plans. And as rightly pointed out by the Chief Town Planner, planning, building rules have to be uniform, while there are, in Kerala context, there are provisions of master plans which supersede building rules also. So when we come down to the key outcomes of this session, we can say that flexibility may be ensured through bylaw provisions in master plans. Detailing may also be taken up at the time of implementation, considering its demand. Overall, we had a wonderful 2 days of deliberations. I think that manifestly it's very imperative that we implement these urban reforms in a time-bound manner, though many of them have been achieved in the Kerala context as well as in other states. The other aspects also need to be looked upon in a detailed manner, considering the various aspects in which we have been enlightened by the 2 days deliberation made through this workshop. Also, even within the state, there cannot be a blanket approach to planning, since every city is unique, and even at a micro level urban planning and design, each area within a planning area is also unique and needs a different planning approach. Thank you once again. Thank you for the opportunity given for this. And thank you once again for all the speakers who have come from across our country, and all the other participants who have participated here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we have come to the end of our 2-day national workshop. We thank Honorable Minister for LSGD and Excise, Mayors, Chairpersons, Additional Chief Secretary LSGD, Principal Secretary LSGD, Additional Secretary Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, Chief Town Planner LSGD Planning, Director LSGD Urban and Mission Director Amrit, all the speakers, moderators, and delegates from all the departments and institutions. We hope you had a great experience. Thank you all for your active participation and cooperation to make this workshop a grand success. Have a great day.